Hello, hello, and hello. I am the S.O.C.K, aka. Wait, I just realized I didn't come up with a nickname.
Again?
The Moose of Arizona, Part 12, and we're back at it with another night of Shadowdark for the 10th session of Beast of Burden. Last session began with the party returning from the Black Opal Temple and distributing their newly acquired magical loot. Oh yeah, as a side note, we can either do that probably like after the session, but there is like magical loot that didn't really fit as well with like most of the party and stuff. So I know some of that is left over. But one thing of note last session is that Flindrican gave the Ring of Yinagu to one of the guards named Heidi, hoping its aggressive magic would help her stand up for herself. Meanwhile, Brother Anton resolved himself to fight once more so he could balance his sins by dying for his comrades. And Findal scanned through the Midnight Matron's ancient scrolls, which is like mad scientist warping planar energies, and he upgraded his cloak to the powerful robe of the druid magic item. After that, Findal discovered a shortcut out of the Tooth Fairy's forest, which was a ravine formed by two halves of the gargantuan lightning split silver tree, which was the tree of the deceased silver dryad from Cowan's visions. The entrance was filled with tables and chairs with figurine replicas made of teeth, modeled after the Tooth Fairy's family. And deep within the canyon, the party discovered a macabre nursery decorated with teeth, and in the center, they found the severed head of the silver dryad. And there were two tiny grigs that were pinned to the tree trunk by iron nails driven through their chest, with the nails imbued with celestial magic, and they were enslaved in an endless loop of smearing fairy dust on the head to keep it from decomposing. They had lost their will to live, but they were kept biologically alive by that celestial magic. And the party debated on whether they should help them, but they decided to free the creatures. So Findal casted Oxidize on the nails, and he rusted them away to give the Griggs like a peaceful death. And as they passed away, the Dryad's head began to rot, and it turned the surrounding purple mist red and enraged the corrupted daughter. It was quite a bit that happened last session and stuff, obviously. But the latter part of it was a battle that unfolded with the Tooth Fairy, who summoned a massive silver treant from vomited wood. And in a devastating turn of events, the treant hurled a giant boulder at Findal, which crushed and killed the beloved druid.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. Stumbling backward in absolute horror, though, was at his friend's death was Brother Anton, who rolled a natural 20 on like a perfectly timed command spell and ordered the silver treant to kill its master. And imbued with the justice of Saint Seragnis herself, the possessed treant pummeled the heavily wounded Tooth Fairy to death, driving her own rusted nails through her chest before the treant melted away. In the aftermath, the party built a funeral pyre around the boulder that crushed Findal, burning the giant silver tree to the ground as Burp the Great tossed the dead Griggs into the flames in an attempt to understand mortal grief. There was a nice moment at the end, though, where, empowered by Flindrican's words and surviving the battle, Heidi finally removed her knight's helmet to reveal her infected face, accepting herself as a warrior. And the session ended on a bittersweet note as the caravan safely traveled using Findal's shortcut to exit the forest. And they arrived at the gates of the Temple of Madeera. So, before we fast forward to the Temple of Madeera, two of our members weren't here, which will be kind of explained in a second. We're going to return briefly to the moment you all return to the caravan after fighting the four-armed Fae. So there's like the nauseatingly bright grass is like bending beneath your boots as the receding mist drifts low around your feet. As you all walk, you see Cowan the Chronicler and Mulia returning from their own scouting mission as well. For Cowan and Mulia in particular, just information you guys would have what happened last session. You don't have to drop your HP or anything, but just for reference, you were assigned to another scout team for the day just because you guys and the rest of the party are considered the strongest and most battle-ready warriors in the caravan. I want to remind you guys that like a guard has like 15 AC and 4 HP, so that's like some scaling as to why you guys are so like awe-inspiring to them. But while you two were scouting, the purple mist in the forest suddenly turned blood red, and the surrounding plants started attacking your group, along with like the plant monsters rising out of the ground to attack you. So you were able to fight them off, but You definitely have some wounds, and the guards you're with are injured. But while you were fighting, the plant suddenly stopped attacking, and the mist began to dissipate. So you guys run into each other, and I'll let you take it away.
So, we're coming back. Ah,
Indeed.
no. No, we are with the caravan right now, right?
You're heading back to the caravan. You guys
Oh,
just both returned from your scouting missions at the same time, having gone through your own like individual
alright.
ordeals.
Met on the path back, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Mm,
And you said they were plant monsters?
Yeah, the plants themselves, like the flora started attacking you and then animating itself into like humanoid shapes to attack you
Gotcha.
just out of nowhere. Like it's like as soon as the mist turned red in the forest, like shit started going haywire.
Mm-hmm. Colin will be continuously picking out flower petals and grass blades out of his clothing, trying to get the all that stuff out because it's itchy as he's approaching. It's good to see you guys. What? Hey, where's Findle? Where did he go?
he didn't make it.
What?
You hear a gasp coming from the tree because Mulia, after that experience, she's been moving around by climbing trees and jumping, from branch to branch, and only walking on the ground when she has to. And she was right above Calvin, and she's like, "What?
What do you mean? He didn't make it.
No man lives forever.
I thought
He was
he at
an
least
elf.
would."
He does. What?
Well,
He died
even
protecting
for
us.
even for an elf, he was old. This is a good point to remember that all our days are numbered from the day you are born.
Is the tree still burning behind us?
It'd be like in the distance at this point because you guys are like near your camp right now. But there's definitely you guys can see a large amount of smoke in the distance for sure. Calvin
Did
and
you give
Mulia, I
him?
mean.
Did you give him an appropriate send off with the forest?
Where's his body?
I
Heidi Lily starts.
gesture with
Sorry, go
my
ahead.
spear back in the direction of the smoke, and I say, "We burned down the creature's home, and his body rests there beneath a boulder from which he was crushed. I feel as though it was me that should have died in that battle, but alas, here I am." And then he just sort of hangs his head low, and he just kind of slowly walks past you guys.
You hear Mulia say behind you, "I'm sure Findle does not feel that way, wherever he may be, but at least his body is back in the earth."
I'm not.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're good. No, I'm really. You're all good.
Well, I was gonna say, he he died protecting us, holding off the creatures while we dealt the killing blows from behind. Um, I called upon Saint Taragnis and her divine might, and compelled one of the evil creatures she spawned, and it killed the monstrosity. But every battle we seem to fight, we lose something, someone, or a part of ourselves. I just hope to reach our goal soon.
Colin, he drops to his knees at this point.
Um,
He's distraught and might have some tears coming down. And he's just, I don't understand. We haven't even made it to our goal. We've lost so many. We still have a dragon to fight when we get back, if we get back. This is
Well,
terrible.
I think you guys. So I don't know if Mulia and Cowan have any reaction to it, but she would like walk up to you and like kind of like try to give you a hug and everything. But you see Heidi, she has her helmet removed and stuff and her hood down. She's like I said, it's like not in a disrespectful way to like people with leprosy, but the only way I can describe it is like a ghoul from Fallout. Like it's like you see like bacterial sores all over her face. She's like hairless and everything. She gives you a hug and is like he he did it. He gave us a shortcut out of here, and he would want us to keep continuing. It's just it's not good right now, but there's still tomorrow, I guess, right?
Yeah.
you know what they say. You win, you lose some, you win some. And we want a new warrior in our midst. And Flinderkin points to Heidi.
Yeah, she kind of like not puffs up her chest. She's very sad at this moment. I think she starts crying with you, Colin, and stuff because she's like an emotional type person. But yeah, she like has like a lot more self-confidence. You can tell by like her posture and everything. I guess you
Well,
guys. Mhm.
well, if there's anyone who can understand the cycle of life and death, rebirth, decay, it would be Findle. And perhaps his spirit, his soul would be reborn somewhere along this path so that we can eventually realize our goals with a little bit of him in us, with us, as we make our way in that direction.
Well, his remains will definitely feed nature and go back to where it came from.
Brother Anton walks over to Calwyn, right? He walks over to Calwyn and he places a hand on your shoulder as you're like tearing up, and he helps you up to your feet. And then he says, he was a good man, but you being a bard, a chronicler of sorts, you can help him live on. Tell tales of him around campfires. Sing songs in his name. Never let him die. We unfortunately don't have much time to mourn. We need to keep moving.
I agree. We need to keep moving.
You guys make your way as Heidi and Cowan kind of like stand up and her not Cowan, Heidi is like wiping tears from her face and everything. You guys see the spot where they were just like crying and kneeling on the ground in. The grass has turned into like a pale sky blue color, and the leaves are now shaped like teardrops, and there's like a faint sound, like residual sound of them crying. It's like echoing from that spot. You get close to the camp, and you all see a horse lying dead near the outskirts of camp, half consumed by roots that it burst up through its stomach.
Wait, describe it again. What was it?
It's a horse lying dead, like on the outskirts of camp, and it's half consumed by roots that it burst up through its stomach.
Do we have any sort of, this might just be me losing the plot a bit. Do we have any idea what we are facing when we get to our destination?
That was a part of kind of the Civil War that almost like started and everything. That the goal is to get to the Temple of Madeera because the specific one that you guys are going to is dedicated to like cartography and like star charting and everything. So it's like the idea is because maps are very rare in the Seven Empires, it's going to a place that's going to have maps of like all over the world, so you can like find the nearest settlement to request aid for Fort Fairhollow from and everything. But that is part of why people were getting upset. They were like, not only did we just find out there's a dragon, there's also we're banking on a high likely to a maybe or something like that. That's why people were getting upset because it's like we don't even have like an official answer.
Okay, and then right now, are we traveling or do we have to set up camp?
You would be getting ready to. It's still in the middle of the day, so you could get going as soon as you get back.
I think we should keep moving.
Yeah, same.
You did eliminate the boss monster for this area, so like I said, the mist is receding, and like a lot of the thorn brambles that were stopping you guys have retracted and stuff.
That's even better.
So there was a benefit to you guys exploring as much as you did because you eliminated what might have been a future campaign threat or something.
Mhm. Well, we still had items that we weren't. That
Yeah.
we didn't divvy out. Other than we lost the pipe because that went with.
Yeah, Findle. It would have got
Findle's.
crushed under Findle. Yeah.
I took the boots, but
You took the boots.
I was going to ask.
I'll forward
Callan,
it real quick.
If I ask Callan and I say, are you a stealthy type? Just as we're walking, I'm imagining like I'm walking next to him as we're just like kind of walking, and I have my spear over, or I'm using my spear as a walking stick, the one that Findal gave me.
We should still have the potion of forgetfulness.
I just forwarded it in the general chat for the Discord.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'll delete them, the ones that aren't available.
I have the boots on.
Yeah, I'm about to delete the ones that aren't like a. Hold up.
And the witch knife is what we have left.
Technology. Hold up. Let me see here. Alrighty. So yeah, the ones that are left are the obsidian witch knife.
And the potion.
And that's it. Just the.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
You were asking.
But in this moment, Brother Anton is asking Callan if he's a sneaky type since we. Oh, that's right. Mulia is the rogue.
Yeah.
But Mulia's good at sneaking already.
Yeah,
Right.
I get I think an advantage on sneaking.
Okay.
Same.
I think did I delete what else the boots do? Does it just give me the ability to jump?
And it
no,
makes
my
all
checks.
sneak checks 9.
Yeah, it makes all the DCs for stealth checks
Yeah,
9,
so,
which is insane. That is like a really good item.
I'm more of a frontliner type of character, so he looks down at his boots. But we'll say like he didn't have boots on when we were walking through the area, and then whenever we found these, he just put them on, and he kind of lifts his foot up, and he shows you these gray doe skin looking boots. I picture almost maybe like something Native American looking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like it's like the fur sort
Like
of
a
boots.
moccasin, I think they're called. I could
Yep.
be wrong.
Moccasins? Yeah, moccasins are like
Yeah.
very soft shoes.
Yeah, they would be
Yeah.
like a moccasin type shoes that you have on. They're like very elegant. You can tell they're like Fey in creation.
He says, I'm
And
not
the
a
boots of
man
the
of
fur.
materialistic wants and desires, and I feel these may be more useful with you. I only put them on because I had left my boots.
I think Colwyn would have been kind of walking on autopilot as he is just scribbling away in his journal, just writing everything he knew and thought about Findle, just trying to pen down while it's still fresh, just everything he knew about him, and all that he thought like past what he knew. So he probably wouldn't hear you at first. You'd probably have to actually like nudge him to get his attention. But he was. I thought I was trained in some dance and whatnot, and I'm light on my foot. So I can be stealthy. But yes, I would probably benefit from this. I'm not one to stay in the front, so I appreciate this. I do. Thank you.
He slicks his hair back out of his face as he's walking, and he stops, and he takes the shoes off, and he puts them in his hands like this, and he hands them to you. And I imagine they maybe have like some sort of like magical sheen to them.
I would say how you can tell they're magical is that they don't have any weight at all.
Okay.
Like it's almost hard to handle them a little bit in your hands and stuff because obviously the weight of your feet makes up for it when you wear them, but it feels like you're not wearing anything. And when you pick it up, it's like you almost try not to drop it because it feels weird manipulating something that feels like it doesn't even have like gravity to it.
Yeah, I hand them to you.
Yeah, they have this design on the front of them is like it's like these vines that end in three vines that each end in three petaled flowers that have like are surrounded by stars.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much.
There's something else I need to speak with you about, but given that we just had bad news, I'll leave you some time to process. I'll need to speak to all of you about it.
I understand. What are we going to do about this horse?
I don't think there's anything we can do. I'm not a man of knowledge when it comes to things like this.
About
sorry.
what?
You misunderstood. I mean about the situation more than the horse itself. Sorry, I'm not thinking clearly.
Heidi puts a hand on your shoulder. Let's just get back to the camp. There's no use in driving yourself crazy, trying to think about what if. We're in a place that I can't even look up at the sky without wanting to jump off a cliff, I guess, apparently. So I think it's a little bit ridiculous to try to apply what ifs.
You're right. You're right. Before we get there, what are we going to tell the men? We just lost one of our strongest.
We tell them what we saw.
We could tell them that we killed it. There's nothing. I'm sure they probably noticed that the forest is way different than it was before now. So I mean, maybe that'll make them feel good.
The morale of the men is on a knife's edge, and I have been doing my best to waylay that. But to lose our master, the arcane, that is a heavy blow. And I do not know how to navigate that.
Going to attempt to cast Bless on Calvin. We'll see.
That
what
one?
happens.
Joking. Let's see what you get.
I need to beat a 12.
Oh yeah, Calvin, you're.
I roll a 5 every time.
I don't know
I cast
why.
a spell.
Yeah.
Okay, I fail again.
Because you don't get to bless people.
Yeah, his faith. He's just in a bad emotional state as well. He's trying not to show it.
I do think that at this point, you're for reference, Calvin, like I explained, Forest Guard Drakes, you haven't had time to really train it. So when the mist turned red, also when you guys were like telling each other your stories of what happened, the timeline kind of lines up that it seems like as soon as you guys, like Brother Anton, Flindrican, as soon as you guys made the Tooth Fairy angry, it seems like the entire forest got hostile, or at least two separate areas, because it happened at the same time with Cowan and Mulia's group getting attacked.
Oh yeah. Well, we should definitely check on the caravan then. I hope they're not all dead. Even though it might make things faster for us if it's only us. But I'm sure that would make you guys sad, so...
I'm already scurrying up a tree, ready to scout ahead.
Well, let's make our way back to camp. And Flinderkin just starts walking.
As the camp finally comes into view through the residual mist, the smell of fresh sap and blood hits you first. You all see citizens and guards are laid across bedrolls and broken carts, while exhausted survivors scramble between them with bandages and bowls of like steaming water. Several tents are shredded open, and there's various mutated vines that still twitch weakly across the ground as the guards are like hacking them apart, like the last remnants of them, and just burning them. I think like the moment you're spotted, people immediately have like relief faces. They're like, "They're back! Get the healers! Is that Brother Anton?" We like it's people calling for everything. You see Walt Ashhat Fisk, the dwarven, one of the co-captains, sitting against an overturned wagon. Blood is like soaking one sleeve from like a surface cut on his arm as he drinks straight from a bottle with like trembling hands. He seems like 1,000-yard stare, that sort of thing. It's the first time you've seen him spooked. Nearby, Captain Knuckle. I'll post them on the actual map real quick. Hold up. It's theater of the mind, but I got the. Let me see. Alrighty. But yeah, you see Captain Knuckles like barking orders to guards who are like dragging these like splintered branches the size of ballista bolts out of the camp. I assume you guys like walk up to him and give your like report and everything, or what would be like the first thing y'all do?
Flinderkin will sneak off while they do the report.
Yeah, I just pretty much, in the most stone-faced, monotone way, tell him what happened. Tell him we defeated the creature at the cost of Findal's life. And then I tell Captain Knuckle that we need to keep moving. Like, we don't have time to rest. Seeing, especially now that there's devastation in the camp, this area is, like, just dangerous, and it's not meant for mortal men to be lingering in.
Yeah.
And we're in the home stretch to the place that we're trying to get to, so...
I just realized before I have him respond, I just realized I got sidetracked. That what I meant to say for you, Calvin, about the Forest Guard Drake is that because he's not trained yet, as soon as things started popping off and they actually got like really like scary, essentially, he ran off, but he would have like came back now and has like he has like an ashamed, like almost apologetic sort of stance. You know how dogs walk with a tail between their legs.
I think he would kneel down and just kind of press his head against the guard drake's head and kind of pat it a little bit. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, Anton, you give like your whole rundown. I'm about to get to you, Flinderkin, but Captain Knuckle just describes to you a similar attack, like what happened to Cowan and Mulia's group, happened to the camp, but clearly on a much larger scale. But as a good note, though, yeah, there's like a lot of injured, but thanks to the caravan staying together, and this is like the benefits of role play, that sort of thing, because you guys convinced there are, I think, only 4 guards left when the whole shit popped off. This is before Flinderkin was there and stuff, but thanks to the captains you also convinced to remain, it could have been much worse. Only 2 guards in the camp were critically injured. 10 more suffered deep cuts, like broken bones, puncture wounds, all that stuff, but they can still stand or limp between the tents. But as he's describing everything, and Captain Knuckle definitely agrees that you should get moving and stuff, but you see he has a barely restrained look of sorrow in his face, and it's kind of answered as you hear the sound of Wilbur like sobbing loudly near the back of the camp. I'll probably say Flindrican, you see this first.
Yeah, that was exactly my my idea. Two things I want to do is I want to look if there's dead, like people that died, casualties, and I want to look if the boy is alive.
Yeah, so you would definitely get there first. Flindrican, you see, and then like the group hears Wilbur crying. Flindrican, you see he's sitting outside a healer's tent. He has his knees like pulled to his chest as he's just like snot nose, like he's like it's like an ugly cry, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Flindrican will like stand in front of him, slight bit, like a little bit too close for comfort, but not like completely in his face. And he will say, "Quit crying, boy. Tell me what happened."
He tries to he stands up quickly, especially because I think he sees the rest of the group have like returned on the other side of the camp. So he tries to stand at attention like military style, but he's just
basically it's
hard to keep it together. He's just like there were trees and the forest turned red and the plants they just started grabbing people, and I hit like I was supposed to. I hit like one of the carts, but the vines found me anyway and they dragged me out, and Brother Edrin he saved me, and he fought the tree monster, but it hit him, and he told me to tell you guys he wanted to talk to you.
And
well, he was bleeding a lot and stuff. He told me he was okay, but he won't let me see.
So he is no more. Is that what you're trying to say, boy?
He's still alive. I can hear him inside the tent. He's coughing a lot, but he told me to tell you and everybody he wanted to talk to you specifically.
All right, boy, run, fetch Brother Anton. I'll go look. And I'll go and look inside the tent while he goes and grabs Anton, because I assume he's gonna need some medical attention really quick.
You walk into the tent before I have him run up to the rest of the group.
Yeah.
You walk into the tent, you pull aside the flap, and the smell of blood pours out as you see Brother Edrin lies atop a blood-soaked cot, and he barely looks human. His chest is rising with these wet, uneven breaths. Half of his face is gone, shattered inward so badly that the fragments of teeth and bone are visible beneath torn flesh, and one of his arms is bent at like an unnatural angle, and his ribs are just like visibly shifting beneath his skin each time he breathes. He, by all accounts, from what you know, he should be dead, but somehow he's still awake. As there's
Is he bleeding out?
Yeah, for sure.
Is he like actively dying?
You don't know how he's still alive right now.
All right, I'll try to do first aid. I'll try to stabilize him.
It's not that quick. He's beyond saving, is what I mean to say.
He's beyond saving?
He should be medically dead right now, is what with the amount of trauma you see.
Okay. Well, maybe I can pull off a miracle. Who knows?
I mean, honestly, I want to say
Probably
this is
would need magic to save him.
Yeah, that's why I'm
it would
saying
take some high level magic to.
All right, high level magic. All right, not Anton then. Okay, cool.
Not like any no.
Anton doesn't have healing spells.
Yeah, he's more of a crusader.
I'm a crusader.
Yeah.
Incapable. What kind of priest did we bring along?
I specifically made Brother Anton to take no healing spells. That's what
Like
I
a
set
battle
out
priest,
to do. Yeah, I wanted to test out to see if you played a priest like a paladin
Yeah.
without a healing spells.
Yeah,
If it will
all
work.
right.
And
I
it
guess
has
so.
worked so far.
It works.
We just
it
don't have a
works.
healer.
All right. What's he got to say then?
Brother Edrin sees you. His remaining eye slowly like shift towards you, and he's like, there's like a medic dabbing like a bloody cloth against his wounds there, just refusing to stop bleeding. He's like, good. At least one of you made it back. How are the others?
Most of them are alive. We lost Flinderkin though. Findle. I swear the FI words. We lost Findle though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He closes his eye in grief for a second and says, I'm sorry to ask this of you. Would you mind getting your friends? I want to talk to them.
They're on their way. I sent the boy.
As you say that, we kind of do like a switch sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's like a low-hanging sort of camera shot of like mud being kicked up into the camera as Wilbur's like running as fast as he can, kind of stumbling. Wilbur runs up to you, Brother Anton, and like is like basically just latches around your legs and like is like crying, and just he recounts everything that I told Flinderkin, that like he tried to hide but vines took him out, so Brother Edrin saved him, and he fought like one of the treants like one-on-one, but it hit him and he's like mortally wounded. He's just kind of like crying to you guys, and he's like, I couldn't do anything. I watched that girl die back in Bloomberg, and all I could do was watch. And then you got control.
He silences him. He says, "Shh, enough. Find somewhere to sit. We must go speak with Brother Edrin. No, in fact, you come with us. Quickly, lead us there."
He walks and like he's like his head droop, but he will like lead you.
I will
He
signal
shouts.
to,
He yells at him to run, and he starts running. Brother,
as
Edrin starts
we're
running.
running, I'm gonna signal for Captain Knuckles and what's his name?
Walt,
top hat dude.
Ashat.
Ash Hat. That's it. Yeah, I'll signal for those two to follow us.
I think Ashat he doesn't seem like he's there fully right now. He's just drinking from his flask. But Captain Knuckle will follow after you with like a pained expression.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess we run. I sprint alongside Wilbur, and I like give him some reassuring words, and I tell him like, it's like it's not nothing's your fault. It's not your fault. Basically, like trying to console him as we're running.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard for him to like. He hears you and stuff, but it's like this is obviously rough. But yeah, you guys get there. You see the carnage, like I was telling Flinderkin. But yeah, he sees you guys running, and he sighs like a sigh of relief, and is like, "Good. Okay, you all made it back too. I was worried."
What's happened?
Looks like I probably should have worked out more when I was retired. He coughs violently and is like spraying blood down his chin.
I think Colin would have done something to cover Wilbur's eyes, like let him stay with us, but maybe give him a blindfold or something. He doesn't need to see such carnage.
I don't think he can stand this. Like he looks and throws up, and I don't think he can stay in the room right now. Like, he's gonna just probably sit like on the. I think he pulls his knees to his chest, like at the entrance, and like turns his back to.
Good. Okay.
I run to Brother Edrin's side, and I get to my knee. I drop down on my knee because he's like laying on a cot or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get on one knee, so I'm like nearly eye level with him, and I like take his unmangled hand, and I'm just like holding it as he's talking, and I just start praying. like Our Lady of Light, hear my pleas. For one of your own is gravely injured. Please, with your healing light, lay your hands upon him. And he's just like praying out loud.
He grips your hand, and you see a single tear fall from the corner of his eye. Captain Knuckle is like very stone-faced in the corner. He looks like he's speechless, but Brother Edrin is like coughing, and he can tell he keeps trying to speak. He's just like, the fort, brother. He looks you in the eye and is like, brother, all of you have to, please save the fort. You saw Bloomberg. If Fairhollow falls, there won't be anything left for the children. The future shouldn't suffer because the adults felt them.
I will do what I can. In her name, I will lay down my life for these people and for Fort Fairhollow. You did a good deed. You threw yourself in harm's way to protect a young boy. Just know that. If it's the last thing that you can think of, just know that you are a good man, Edrin.
He looks at everybody and he's like, everyone, I need you to promise me something. Please keep that reckless boy safe. He still believes in heroes.
I look to Wilbur and I kind of do like I'm holding his hand, and then I beckon for Wilbur to come here silently as I'm holding Brother Edrin's hand.
He'll sheepishly walk up and everything.
I take Wilbur's hand and I place it on Edrin's as I'm holding it as well. Am I lagging, or is that the music?
No,
It's the music.
Okay, that's
sure.
There's
the music. Yeah.
I place his hand on Edrin's hand as I clasp it, both of their hands, and I say, "This is a good man, Wilbur."
I think Wilbur makes eye contact with Brother Edrin, and he says, "Brother Edrin, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. I'm just a stupid kid. I shouldn't have snuck into the caravan. If I wasn't here, then you would."
If you weren't here, boy, you would have been dead. You made the right choice, and so did he.
You are brave. You are a brave young man, Wilbur. You just need to learn that for many of us, and I look to the rest of us that are in the tent, for many of us, our journey's end looks like this. And I gesture to Brother Edrin. I need to let my cat out of my room real quick, sorry.
Brother Edrin, you'll
Yes.
have my word. That hollow story is not done. There are many more chapters I will be writing about it. We will protect it, we will protect the citizens, and we will protect your flock. Those children will not suffer the consequences.
Edrin kind of looks at you all and he's like, do you think I'll see her again?
Yes.
Most assuredly.
She's here with you now, brother. Just as Saint Tyragnis is.
I wonder if Saint Tyragnis will let me into the seven heavens with my wife. He looks at Captain Knuckle, and you see, despite his like mangled state, there is still that look of like very deep hatred and stuff. And he's like, Knuckle, I hate you. Even now. I guess that means I failed as a man of faith. As a husband. I thank you all. I'm not worthy for the life I've been gifted. I want to ask what Mulia is thinking with this. I know she's more stoic, so I want to get like into the mind of like one of our more sort of like stone cold characters.
Mulia is has been listening to all of this, and she kind of recognizes the need to try to what's the word I'm looking for? Be there for the others and create some peace in the camp, right? Or some balance in the camp. But she's really interested in talking to I think the way she's dealing with all the trauma and the tragedies by going back to work, right? So she's gone to the she starts by going to get a drink. She's hanging out with y'all in the tent, then she leaves, and then she starts talking to others to try to figure out what happened to them, what kind of trees attacked them, and so because she wants to look for patterns, and if there's any way we can overcome something similar like this, should we be assailed by it again.
Okay.
So she's looking for just trying to get down to the bottom of things. That's the way she's dealing with a lot of her trauma.
Yeah.
She stays busy. I like it.
You're gathering intelligence.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Captain Knuckle as well would swear an oath and stuff. Like he would give his last apology, but he would swear an oath that he will see to it to save Fort Fairhollow. And I think that you guys have relaxed Brother Edrin enough that like I said, he should be dead, but it eventually gets to where he can't really form coherent sentences, but he keeps mentioning like Temple. I just need to see it.
You do hear Mulia's voice behind you at this point in time saying, he's only alive to tell us these things and to fulfill these things. He's not meant to live beyond that.
Yes, you all should listen to her. Go now. You have to get the caravan ready to keep moving. No use stopping for one dead man. I'll hold on until we get to the temple. Thank you.
She walks over to him and she has a little bit of her healing sap left. It's a healing salve that she picked up. She gives it to him and rubs it on his wounds in order to give some temporary reprieve, recognizing that death is imminent. Yet, maybe this will help him make the journey a little less painful.
Numb the pain.
Well, would anybody be doing anything else before you get going?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's gonna make it to the temple, right? Like, he seems like he's gonna die, like...
It's a miracle
tonight,
he's alive
probably.
right now. I mean, you could get there by the end of the day, if you, really pushed it, which is what Captain Knuckle is right now wanting to do, because it's like... There's, the less time that you spend out here it's worth, maybe some citizens being exhausted, because this is, you're dealing with something beyond mortal rules, like you said, basically.
Could we physically try to extend his life until we get there?
I think the sap would do that, which is a crazy... I honestly want to give you guys all a luck token for, that sort of, that scene and stuff. I'm generally trying not to get in my feelings, but yeah.
Before we leave him, I guess I would wait till everybody leaves, and then I would just have a moment with him alone.
Before I leave, I just want to attempt to... I'll lean down and say, "It is a miracle that you're still with us now. You hang tight, friend. You will have your vision of the temple before you die." and I will attempt to inspire him. It's,
Okay.
let's see.
Oh, I didn't put him on the map. I just realized. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but
Yeah, I succeed. He's inspired.
with the combination of you guys' words, Mulia giving him a treasured, like, medicinal sap in the world, and Cal, when you're inspiring him, his breaths even out a little bit. As you can see, he just closes his eye and is focusing his entire, like, all of his energy on maintaining his breathing and stuff.
All right. I guess we have to build a stretcher.
Well, he's in a carrot. He's in. You probably could put him in one of the wagons and stuff. That's one of the benefits also to you guys
Good point.
doing the Bloomberg stuff, is that most of the people in the citizens from Bloomberg are merchants, so they have their own carts and stuff.
Good point. Good point.
I know, Brother Anton, you said you wanted to say something to Brother Edrin real quick.
Yeah, well, I just feel like he would have a moment with him alone.
Yeah.
Being that he's like the other priest in the party.
Same god, too.
Yeah, he's just sitting with them. I guess the medic is probably in the tent still, or the person that's tending to his wounds, and I'm helping with that. I'm like dabbing him with, wet cloth and dropping the dirty ones in the bucket, and I'm just like talking to him, and I ask him a question, and I say, Edrin, I have a few questions for you. Firstly, what do you think I should do with the boy? Should I urge him to be like us? Or should I shelter him and let him remain the innocent child he is?
I think he's well past the latter. Truth be told, I probably didn't do my best with him. I mean, you've seen him. He's a firecracker, to say the least. You can teach him the ways. How we live. There's no other way, I think, in this world. I empathize with you more than you think. I'm not as pious as one might believe. This world is heinous. It claws at the mind and the heart in equal measure. It's my long way around of saying, teach him how to wield a spear, how to build a tent. He'll need it, I think.
I will make sure he knows not only that he has the power to be a great warrior, but a great priest as well. And don't sell yourself short. Some children are just born with that innate rambunctiousness. They never outgrow it. And as difficult as they are in their youth, they grow up to be fine specimens. I'll let you get your rest, but I look around the tent, or not, I keep picturing it. Are we in a tent or are we in a carriage?
You're in a medical tent right now, yeah.
Okay. I look around the tent and I say, do you see her, brother? Do you see Talia here with us?
I kept worshipping Saint Tyrannus after she passed because... I won't lie, it's because I thought that's what she would want me to do. I haven't seen or heard her voice in quite some time. I think that's why I hate Knuckle so.
Do not pass with this hatred within you. Hatred such as that can only darken your soul. I think you know this deep down. And you're being stubborn, and I understand why. But you must let go.
You know, I wondered for quite some time. At first, I thought I hated Knuckle when he returned to Fort Fairhollow because of what he did, which I do, but I think it's really because Does it not confuse you too how someone who once served Mornak could become better than me? I just went back to town and wallowed in my sorrow and kept a lazy eye over some rugrats. Thank you, brother. I shall think in my time.
I've seen horrible men repent and become completely different. And I think Captain Knuckle is no different than them. Though he may have harmed you personally, I think that there is some good left in him. Aish and I, brother. Aish and I.
Aish and I.
I pat the top of his hand one last time before I place it on his chest, and I stand up. Gently, I don't place it apart. I place his hand. I take his hand and I put it on his chest like that, and then I walk out of that tent knowing that he probably won't make it through the night. I just realistically speaking, he's probably going to die from his wounds. So,
oh, for sure.
I pray to Saint Taragnus outside of the tent to send Talia to him, so that she is the person that takes his hand to the afterlife effectively. And then I do a holy gesture in front of the tent. Sorry, I keep.
No, you're all good.
I'm just imagining what Brother Anton would do.
Yeah, no, I genuinely really enjoyed you guys this whole thing, despite the fact I'm trying not to fucking tear up and stuff. Well,
I'll let everybody else go now because I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So
all right.
Is anybody else doing anything before we?
Perfect. So he doesn't notice what I'm doing. Two things. Did people die?
Two are critically injured, but they'll make it.
No, I mean did people die?
No, not in the caravan.
Okay,
no.
cool.
That was the benefit of them convincing so many of them to stay.
All right, then that scratches at least one part of my plan. Second part of my plan is Fenriken will go over to Wilbur and basically drill into his mind all these things about survival and that he's been gifted this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to better himself and make this count. Use this life that he was given to go past his regret that he couldn't do something, to see that woman die, and now his guardian, for lack of better words, seeing him die. And I kind of want to just urge him into becoming a warrior.
Yeah, he's listening to you. I think that you're you're helping him focus on something else. So he's not. He's very much trying to absorb everything that you say. I think he's trailing the group in general.
What's happened, and he has to focus on becoming that what he was afraid of not being.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Same with Heidi, right? Flinderkin is basically starting his cult of Ramlad here.
Oh, I see what you're doing. You're basically giving doctrines without saying where it's from, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because even if they don't know where it's coming from, they still kind of start living in the way Ramlad wants for the people.
Yeah.
And that's like still a form of worship. Right, because Ramlad doesn't really care about you going to church to praise him or whatever. What he wants is you to show through deeds. And that's what he's trying to instill in them.
Yeah, it's really why the orcs worship Ramlad as well. It's like it's literally like it's less survival of the fittest. It's more like a philosophy, like you said, like it's action that matters at the end of the day. That makes sense. All right. Let me see something here.
And you know what? He will find. Ken Flinner can find a short sword for the boy, just so he has something.
I think he has a spear that Brother Anton. Yeah, he has a spear that Brother Anton got for him. He will take the short sword, but like he'll be trying primarily.
He'll need a backup eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also the sword is the sign of a warrior, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna groom that boy into a knight.
Indeed, he's gonna become the next. He's gonna become the John Shadowdark.
He's gonna be Findel's next character.
Alrighty, let me see here. I'm just adding you guys to a map. This is once again it'll have a map for this, but this is also specific locations. So I don't have I couldn't find certain maps for everything, but this will be like a theater of the mind sort of thing.
Yeah.
Alrighty. You guys get going on your way. I think the scene fades into wheels grinding through mud. Citizens are crying quietly, and the wounded are just groaning beneath blankets as the road eventually climbs onto a large hill. After about a day of travel, you guys have been fast-paced and stuff. Looming atop the hill stands a massive temple fortress made of stone and dark steel. You can tell it's a Madeiran temple. And you all approach, and the outer walls are covered in engraved religious symbols of Madeira. There's also like engravings of maps and star charts on the wall as well. Let me actually just change you on the map first. Before I run my mouth. Hold up.
It's cool.
Oh, thank you very much. You guys can see it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, hold up 1 second. I need to drop down one more token.
So this is the temple, right?
Yeah, this is the temple I'm about to describe you guys getting to.
Okay.
You guys aren't at this specific part that you guys see on the map yet, but you're walking up to it right now. I was just dropping down. Got to crowd all the tokens in one area. Let me see here. Okay, yeah. So, you guys walk up to the Temple of Madeira. You see it's titled. You can see on the front gate is it says the Temple of Vey Astranar. I'll post the spelling for it. It's not super important, but I get hung up on details like that. So you guys walk up to the Temple of Vey Astranar, and the front gate stands partly repaired. Fresh timber and bronze reinforcements have been bolted over shattered sections of the doors, and you guys see deep claw marks across certain parts of the broken parts of the door, and canine bite marks as well splinter the bronze fittings. A guard notices you, and I have to burp 1 second. Sorry. A guard notices you on top of the wall, and is like, "Why are you all here?"
you say. We're seeking help. We're seeking information.
Will one of you walk up, or would you want like one of the captains? Like, I mean, technically, Brother Edrin is the captain, but it's up to you guys on who walks up, or if you want to send Captain Knuckle. Or
Brother
something.
Edrin or me?
I mean,
What
Anton.
happened?
Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say.
My headset just cut out for a second. What did the guard say atop the wall?
The guard yelled down, "Why are you all here?" So I was asking if who was walking up, or if you want to send like Captain Knuckle or Walt Ashat to answer or something.
Send Captain Knuckle. Maybe.
Yeah, Fenriken's probably not the best person to talk to them.
Or
Then I can do it.
Or, you know what, we'll send Callum, because he's our talker.
Yeah, Kelvin.
Yeah.
I don't want to take the spotlight the whole session, so...
I will
Yeah,
climb up a
awesome.
tree if possible. Mulia will climb up a tree just to get a better look and to kind of eavesdrop on what's being said. So she's going to try and sneak up, get close by, here, see if she can eavesdrop the conversation.
You hear like two guards, kind of arguing with each other because they're arguing over your spear that they gave you is better than mine, but like I was the one who washed your back in the battle. They're talking about some sort of battle that happened recently, and now there's broken equipment and stuff. So they're having an argument over like basically wanting the better spear. But yeah, Calvin, you walk up. What do you say to the gate? Or to the
I
gate
will
guard?
take a low ceremonial bow before them, and I will say, "Hal, men of Madeira, it is well met that we find you. We have come from the fort of Fairhollow, and we seek thy aid. We have come under the threat of a great evil, a dragon from the north."
He kind of whispers to another guard behind him, and Mulia, you hear after Calvin says a dragon, the guards all gasp, and they're like, "So that old fool was right." Oh, by the nine! And the main guard shouts down to you. Okay, give us a second. Open the gate. You hear these like cranking mechanisms as they open this gate that's covered in this like very like beautiful geometric sort of like pattern script and everything. As the gate opens, hold up. Captain Oakle kind of uses his half-orc booming voice to like shout to the like back of the caravan that it's good to go. As the gate opens, you all see a flash of flame appear in front of Captain Knuckle, and a figure teleports in front of him. The figure hits Captain Knuckle in the leg and forces him to his knees. As the flames dissipate, you see a beautiful figure standing over him. The woman is unmistakably elven, but only in the way that like a wolf resembles a dog. It's like a very sharp features, extreme, like way too symmetrical. Her pale
Gotcha.
hair that's now turning red and sparking into flames is gathered into a tight knot behind her head, and she wears like a shimmering mithril chainmail and has a tower shield on the other arm. And she has an ornate rapier at Knuckles' throat, and she speaks to you all, and she's like, "You have quite the gall to come here and not expect me to slit your throat, Knuckle. Do you all know what this man is? He's one of Mornak's dogs."
There might have been a time where that was the case, but it is no longer such. That man we owe our lives to. He has led us through thick and thin.
He has repented.
Quiet, shiny lady. He's our dog now. That's probably Fenriken.
He's a dog that bites. Only 18 years ago did you leave them in the snow. Leave us. Why have you come here?
How do
As
you
I
know
said-
him? Sorry.
No, you got it, buddy.
I once served in the same group of crawlers, the Seven, before he broke us apart.
You know Brother Edrin.
You can tell. Actually, I'll say Colin, you immediately know what species she is. She is an Eladrin. Eladrin are basically like elves that they're the elves that stayed in the Feywild, so they're like they're a lot more magical, and you can tell she's pissed by the fact that their emotions reflect on like their body. So she's like really like red, turning red, and has like flames kicking up in her hair. Um, she looks at you and she's like, Edrin's not my brother, no. But he's a respectable young man. He didn't deserve what this one did to him. She still has the rapier. She's pulled it back a little bit, but she still has it up and like has like still forced Captain Knuckle to his knees, that sort of thing.
Lady, I ask that you stay your blade, and instead turn your power to Brother Edrin. He is gravely injured. Do you have any means of healing?
She immediately drops her blade, or not drops her blade. She immediately like sheathes it. I have no healing, no, but come in, come in. She kind of gives a sharp look at Edrin, but you see that the flames are starting to cool on her body right now. May I see him?
I think we're gonna bring him to her, right? Because he
I
wants to
assume the
see
whole
the temple
caravan is
anyways.
here, right?
Yeah. She's just it's like reacting in the moment, that sort of thing. But she would have like steeled herself.
I nod and I beckon her and I say, yes, come with me, I'll take you.
She walks and she has this the way she walks is very disturbing to look at because it's almost like she glides across the ground. There's no like sort of like heel to forefoot, that sort of thing.
I'll catch Brother Edrin by the arm. Do not let him see the temple.
Brother Edrin's in the...
Sorry,
Anton,
Brother Anton. I'll grab Brother Anton's arm. Do not let him see the temple. I fear his spirit will wane at that point.
I think he's going to pass, whether we can accept that or not, unfortunately.
There's no point in drawing out his pain. Let him see what he has to see, and let him pass in peace.
I say, Calvin, keep everybody in good spirits. I'll lead this one there.
Yeah, I put my arm over Calvin and I say, brother, he has accepted his fate. I think we should as well.
You all get to the cart that has Brother Edrin in there. Upon you entering, you see the woman. She introduces herself as Seraph. The flames cool completely into these like dull embers, and as soon as she sees Brother Edrin's state, her body starts turning into like starts turning blue, as there's like a little bit of like an icy sort of like temperature that's starting to wash over her. She kneels down and you all see. So it is thanks to the fact that you guys did so much with reassuring him, and then Mulia giving him the Fearwood Tree sap, and then Cowan giving him inspiration. He has passed away, but looking out of the shutters of the cart, you can see his eyes were locked onto the Temple of Madeera. And he has, Brother Anton, this is something you wouldn't notice because you saw his holy symbol was the holy symbol that, I don't know if I said that it's the one that Talia had, but you see he had taken it out at some point before he passed away and was holding it in his hand.
Brother Anton sheds a tear. He just like leaves her to have like a moment with him and returns to the party. And then I just kind of give that look to everybody, especially Calvin.
I
just do like
I think it's a good thing you exited when you did, because if anybody else stayed, I would have had a wisdom check scenario, as like the face that she makes in grief is like so extreme that it's like not it's disturbing for a mortal to see like the face that her, that she makes, just like the intensity of the sorrow and stuff. But yeah, you leave her in the tent, or in the cart, I mean, and you make your way. I think one of the guards would lead you. He's complaining about like this whole dragon thing that Calvin said. Is you guys kind of learned from him. I think also Malia would get that as well. It was just like when you were up there climbing in the tree. It seems an attack happened 11 days ago, where they're describing this like their torches going out like suddenly, as a werewolf type creature appeared, but it like the way they're describing it is not any werewolf you've heard of. It's almost like they're describing it as a ghoul was probably you'll see it at some point. But yeah, they're describing a werewolf that was mixed with a ghoul or something, some sort of like foul abomination of an undead. And this necrotic werewolf was accompanied by an army of like wolf skeletons that raided the graveyard. They fought him off, but that's why you see there's like some damage at the temple. You head beyond the gate, and beyond it lies a broad stone bridge crossing over this deep moat filled with black water and sharpened stakes. There are like several robed worshippers. I'm not sure if your characters would have interacted with Madeiran worshippers, but you see there's these worshippers scrubbing bloodstains from the stone. But what's disturbing about looking at them is that it starts slight at first, but all of them are tattooed. That's like a big thing with Madeiran worshippers, because that's like the lore of Madeira the Covenant being the first manifestation of law and having all of the laws written on her skin. So her worshippers are big on tattoos and stuff. So you see some of them have tattoos from throat to fingertip with like these intricate black scripts. Some of them have their eyes tattooed over. But you all hear some... Let me see something real quick, because you all would start hearing this. Once again, let me know if it's too loud, because different YouTube videos are different volumes and all that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Right. You all start hearing singing growing louder as you cross the bridge. A cacophony of smells assaults you immediately, as like the smell of ash, smoke, incense, and rot hangs thick in the air. The courtyard is choked with smoke, and there's an enormous pyre of wolf skeletons that burns near the center, beneath the watch of like several armed guards and priests and stuff. The other side of this courtyard you see is a graveyard that's just devastated. There's like open graves all over the place. Coffins are shattered. Claw marks are carving through the cemetery where corpses were like clearly dragged away into the darkness 11 nights ago. And there are temple guardians patrolling the grounds. I guess it would be like strictly business, I'm imagining. So you just keep walking. But if you ever like, or like I want to go walk around in this area I described, then just let me know. But I think Seraph would catch back up with you guys this is her charge. She's the head knight. She tells you everything. So she's like telling you guys, I still don't trust Knuckle being in here, but I suppose things will have to be as they are. I don't want any funny business while you all are in my temple. As you can tell by the mortals I train here, I run a tight ship. And let me see here something real quick. As she's telling you guys about kind of like almost half bragging a little bit about like how ordered her forces are that she trains, you all open the door and you see a knight, like a woman who's supposed to be standing guard, is currently fast asleep in a chair.
And if we walk past, I'm just gonna flick her, so she wakes up.
Yeah, she has like an eye patch over, or like a rag over one eye that's like missing, and she startles awake and is like, uh, oh, hello.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna walk past her.
Sarah starts telling her off, and she'll let you guys, she'll send a guard to like direct you to. She mentioned somebody named Kingsley that she is gonna send you to talk to, but he'll lead you while Seraph is telling off this guard.
Madam, you don't understand. We have been through tragedy and ordeal after another to get to here. We have fought all kinds of monsters and been waylaid by many a hindrance, all to get to this place. I can assure you there is no business that is funny that we have. We mean only respect.
I meant no offense. It is hard for me to understand your sensibilities, but I can see you have been through quite an ordeal. I will have one of my men send you to Kingsley. He is the most learned priest here.
Thank you.
You go in, and the interior opens into this vast vertical chamber crossed overhead by metal bridges suspended high above. The entire room is vibrating softly with song as you see dozens of worshippers kneeling, arranged in like perfect geometric formation on the floor. They're chanting these funeral hymns in a low, measured harmony as two priests at the pulpit lead them in song. The sound is like very melodic, but not like emotional hymns that like Saint Tyrannus worshippers sing. It's almost like creepy how no voice is like rising above another, that sort of thing. You're looking at this architecture, bronze lines built into the floor. Before you notice above the congregation hangs a skinned human corpse suspended in chains from the ceiling, and a bronze plaque beneath the corpse reads, Sir Elias, Oathbreaker and Failure, Faithful in Penance.
Well, they do run a tight ship around here, don't they?
The guard leading you would kind of like explain. When we were attacked 11 days ago, Sir Elias was charged with defending the southern gate. As you can see by the graveyard outside, he was not able to maintain it for long enough before they got in and those beasts took what they wanted. He volunteered for this. He truly was a man of Madeira. He explained that like one of the things knights do for that worship Madeira is they'll tattoo their oaths on their skin, and if you fail your oath, one of the most extreme things that a Madeira worshiper will do for penance is to let themselves be skinned for not succeeding in their oath.
That's cool.
So he wanted to be like strung up as an example.
Very cool. It's very Warhammer.
Like they're all about
That's
law
gnarly.
and stuff.
I love that.
That's the letter of the law. That's pretty crazy.
It's law, but it's also balanced. So they see themselves as like having allowed corruption. So they want their death is a balancing scale.
But the Flenric in this seems excessively stupid. What a waste of a sword arm.
It's understandable. There's various rooms you walk through that are like dedicated to cartography. There's like worshippers carefully copying maps and star charts onto parchment using like various rulers and all that sort of stuff. And like there's like every chart is copied 3 times with obsessive precision. Let me turn this down a little bit. I feel like it's getting loud.
Yeah, it's getting loud.
Sorry. Is that good?
But Flenrikin
Just turn it up all
would
the way.
like to look around for, is there anywhere a section? First of all, are the sections like labeled?
Everything is labeled here. Yeah. This is
I assumed. He's gonna look for a section of knowledge that is how would you put it? Not open to the public.
That would be. Mhm.
No, knowledge that's a little bit unsavory.
That the guard would probably. Are you just like sneaking off that sort of thing?
Uh,
Because you could also
yeah,
just ask the
he's.
guard for like. There's like obviously this is an archivist sort of place as well. So
I'm not gonna ask him.
Wants
I'm
to
not
steal
stupid.
something, I think.
Yeah, quite obviously. Uh, I need to
Yeah.
get us all the help we can get. And yeah,
Yeah.
forbidden knowledge is what I'm after.
I'd honestly probably say you know this about Madeira worshippers. One of the things, Cowan, and also you being a Ramlat worshipper, I think because like it's like you worship a. Damn, I feel like it's getting louder.
It's getting
Hold up.
loud again. Yeah, holy shit.
I turned it down. Hold up. Sorry.
It's probably how it's mixed.
Yeah, is that good now?
Mm-hmm.
Should be, yeah.
Okay, I apologize for that. Cowan and also you being a Ramlat worshiper would know Madeira worshippers are frequently seen in a negative light by lore keepers because they have like a very strict sense of knowledge. They think you're not going to find any like dark magic scrolls or anything like that here. No, they would destroy those.
Alright.
Like they'll wage wars against people for having
So they're
knowledge
book
they think.
burners, huh?
Yeah, they think knowledge that
Uh-huh.
aids towards chaos should be burned.
I guess I could ask if they have any like scrolls of healing.
Yeah, they would definitely have something like that. If you're looking for lore, though, Flindrikin, like they would have. plenty
Yeah,
of
like
places
all
that.
kinds of lore.
Yeah,
Like basically anything that helps me or us. Well, first of all, they were talking about these dog things, so I guess knowledge about undead would probably be the first thing he's gonna go after.
okay.
And the second thing would probably be knowledge about the dragon he's heard so much about.
Okay. I'll probably send you something after the session.
Yeah,
'cause I want to
don't
add
worry
some
about
sort of
it.
mechanical benefit for that, but I have to theorize on it. But you would find plenty of stuff for that. You guys would so the area you're going past where Flindrikin would eventually like kind of like peel off from you guys. After you ask the guard for direction. You go past the chamber and the temple opens into this dizzying interior of like network of bridges suspended over like dark shafts because like that's one of the things with Madeira worshippers is that bridges are symbolic to them as like symbolizing continuity and stuff and connection and civilization overcoming chaos. So you head across a series of bridges, like I said. There's no hallways, by the way. Everything is a bridge to a room. You go back.
Really cool.
Yeah, you go past a couple like star chart areas. There's like there's tomb rooms and everything where you see there's like preserved skin hung up that have like various Madeiran sort of like texts written on them and everything. But you eventually get to where the guard says Kingsley is. It's a greenhouse, from what you can tell. Let me see here. I guess I can probably change you on the map right here. Hold up.
Hey.
Trying to just copy everybody's token over. Where did Brother Anton put his? Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. So you guys get to this greenhouse with a room that's unlike the others. warm, humid air spills out as soon as the door is open, and there's like soft light filtering in through the fog glass overhead. As you see, this room is a like carefully preserved area with like pre-ruination flora and fauna. Um, Mully, I'm not sure if you remember, it's a while ago, but there's a thing like with the dawn feathers. Dawn feathers. That was one of the things your character's like childhood best friend was obsessed with. They're like a pre-ruination era type like bird that symbolizes good luck. There's like those flying all over the place. There's tiny birds hanging on top of sort of exotic vines and stuff.
Do,
Um,
do the birds seem like they are collected here, or are they just coming in because, you know what I mean? Are they someone's pet, or are they just wild birds that happen to be coming into this open space?
oh no, they're preserved here. I guess preserved, so to speak. It's like a wildlife sanctuary slash
Gotcha.
greenhouse sort of thing. It's rare to see this many. Like seeing one is considered good luck. So seeing like entire like flocks of them is like a almost like a blessing in a sense.
It's a luck token, I would say.
Um, yeah, but I would probably say you guys walk to the back, walk past a couple of Madeira worshippers sketching like growth patterns of like flowering vines and stuff, or like recording behaviors of animals and everything. And you see a hold up. You see lying on top of a like sort of like small grass hill is the what looks like a corpse of a person. It's this guy, he has like dark bronze, like sort of like leathery skin and everything. He has like a long white beard with like long white dreadlocks that go down to like his back and everything, but he looks like he's lying dead on the ground.
What?
Good job for chronicler.
I guess I'll approach him. Probably with a shove from Anton. All right. I'll
Be a new
approach.
story.
I had to keep.
Excuse me, sir. You okay?
Uh,
He doesn't answer. He looks like corpse pale.
I think he's dead.
can you just poke this guy?
Ask the guard that's guiding us what that is, my friend.
He looks like horrified and stuff like that. Like he's like genuinely like caught off guard. Flindra, can you poke him? And I want to ask for a wisdom check real quick. As you poke the
Sure,
body,
go
you
ahead.
see it like melts away into this like pile of grass and leaves that's like some sort of apparent magic like wafts away from it. So it's just a pile of grass. And behind you all, you see that man standing like behind you is like a boo sort of thing. He tries to
Ah.
like startle you. I want to say he like
Uh.
rises out of the ground, that sort of thing, and appears behind you as you like turn around to look.
It's a neat trick you've got.
Well, Flannery will just remove his hood.
It wasn't a wisdom check for anything serious. It was just to see if your character
Yeah.
startled at all when you turn around. But yeah.
He'll remove his hood to get a better look at this guy.
He sees you guys don't really have much of a reaction and has a disappointed look on his face, just as old human man. He's like, "Oh, that usually gets everyone, at least one of them." Hello.
Hi.
Greetings.
Hello.
It's good to meet you. My name is Chronicler Calvin. This is Brother Anton. Friends Mulia and Flintkin. Who might you be?
My name is Kingsley Thorn. Pleasure to meet you all. Well, technically I'm the head priest. They ask me all the questions, but they don't like the way I do things. So technically I'm just a layabout sitting here. You all, one thing of note is that you all do see he has on the robe he has on is just a white sort of simple robe, but the embroidery on this like sash that he has on has symbols from all of the well, technically two of the nine gods are lost, so those two symbols are missing, but you see symbols of all of the nine gods on his like sash.
Ooh.
You'll have to forgive me, but and we're in a a desperate search, and we must make this brief. So, our home has been targeted by a
A dragon?
dragon. Yes. Yeah, you know? You know?
Yes. I frequently help I frequently take part in the rituals for the star charts here. The heavens speak of doom. I wish to send some of the guards out, try to warn nearby settlements, but then this this area of the material plane was swallowed by. I'm sure you all aren't familiar with this region, this pocket dimension, so you could say.
Uh, I've heard of things like this in my studies, but never experienced one myself.
Yes, well, as I said, I had meant to send out guards to alert territories, but this location was swallowed up. This pocket dimension is. It's a thing known among the ancient sects of druids as, you understand the Feywild as a reflection of the plane, like a mirror. Well, you take the abyss, smack a hammer on that mirror, it still reflects, but it's changed. The fractal sort of remains of the mirror don't shine the way they used to. We call it the shatter.
Kind of like this mirror. He pulls out his mirror. He's not gonna point it at anyone, but he's gonna pull out the mirror.
Yes, well, yours has a little bit more of a malicious energy about it, but I'll get to the point. Um, he basically explains that there's a larger issue at play than the dragon. Like the dragon is obviously an issue and stuff, which he has. He can direct you. He'll start like directing you to a place with like a map room and everything. On that note, I'll actually probably just switch you over to the world map and stuff while he says some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Where did I put the world map? Hold up. There we go. He hurries and takes you guys to a large cartography room that's mixed with like these star charts and everything. There's various like different religious symbols of the different seven remaining gods and stuff. But he lays out a map and first and foremost, before I ramble, well, you all can see the map right here. Fort Fairhollow lies on a little bit of a frontier.
Indeed.
I would say the nearest city that's known of, Tempest Home, capital of the Aegir Dominion. They're a group of it's a country of pirates, slavers, really. They could most likely you could procure aid there. The journey would take maybe I would guess in maybe 2 months, optimistically.
I turned to Anton. We don't have that time.
Those that are here could aid us with something. Do you have men to spare?
Yes, we have 30 guards here, including seven officially knighted individuals. including Seraph, obviously, leading the way. We could assist, but the larger issue, what I meant to say, is that the Shatter, this area, well, it's technically not the only one on the material plane, but it's growing. There are two large forces of corruption that are currently warring with each other. I sense the taint of the Nephilim on you. It seems we've had an encounter with at least one or two of them.
Yes, I think the creature that you speak of killed one of our friends.
Well, I'm not sure if you all have heard. Well, he would probably say, so you guys know who the Midnight Matron is, because that's probably the Midnight Matron is up there with like the Willow Man is like being a nightmare type figure, like a boogeyman type figure and stuff. But he mentions he's like Midnight Matron gave birth to these hybrid hag daughters. She mated with the Demon Lord. Her descendants war over this plane, fighting another. Whatever leader is. Sorry, I'm a bit discombobulated. The forces that attacked our temple specifically are led by some sort of necromancer of sorts. From what I've gathered, he is warring with the descendants of the Midnight Matron, those hag demon monstrosities. It is my guess that one of those forces would need to be dealt with. I haven't been able to send out guards from this area of the Shatter specifically because the planar distortions.
Wait, are you telling me that we can't leave? That we're stuck here?
There are ways, but you would have to. I only mention this because he takes out these two effigies. You would recognize. Do you speak Sylvan, Calvin?
Yeah, actually, because of the wand.
I think these two effigies that you see, they're like made of straw, but they have like bits of sinew you can tell woven into them. He takes out two of them and mentions, I had just been ready to give up hope until after the attack with those canine entities. One of them, this giant, must have been 20 feet tall, this hound creature made of corpses. He didn't attack this temple. He dropped one of these effigies down. This is a Fey ritual. You can see on the front of it, Calvin is written. It will be something along the lines of like a word for honored guest in Sylvan. He explains that this is like a sort of ritual of not penance, but basically it's a in 5e terms, it would function the same way as like a sanctuary spell, if that makes sense, where it's almost like a peace offering. It's like if you break it, then you're accepting like a summons, or you're summoning like whoever like sent the effigy and stuff. And while that is happening, and basically like within like the next like couple days and everything, you can't harm them unless they can't harm you unless you harm them. It's like it literally enforces the laws of hospitality.
Hmm.
He explains that that decaying like hound type creature dropped this effigy, and maybe a day or two after that, these strange fey women showed up, uh, who have a similar description. I don't know if you guys remember. I described in the Black Opal Temple there were those fey women with those like mutations and stuff.
Yeah.
He describes them in a way that is not as mutated, but he describes that they approached the temple a couple days later and dropped the same type of effigy for like a summons, that sort of thing. So he's suspecting for whatever reason they're like uh what's the word? Practitioning, is that the word? They're trying to like basically like parlay with nearby civilizations for whatever reason.
Practition, I believe.
Practition, I guess. I don't know if that's the word, but either
Practitioning.
way, I was trying to be fancy. But basically, he's saying that they both seem spooked, and he would guess that's because of the dragon nearby. So he hasn't used it because frankly, he's not comfortable with going on his own because he's an old man. Uh, but he says that like the Fae are creatures of leverage. They wouldn't have left this unless they wanted a genuine discussion for whatever reason.
Well, then we need to bring something that gives us leverage as well, don't we?
This is also where your exploration will come into benefit and everything that you already know the or at least have some knowledge on like the Three Mother is what he would say, but you saw that like in the temple and everything. So you have information about them and stuff. And if you need me to like refresh, then obviously I can say. But,
Yeah.
well, Midnight Matron, like I said, made it with Inagu and had those hag daughters.
Yeah.
She also found out about those celestial Fae children and ate them in an attempt to like bind their divinity and birth gods under her control. But those basically erupted from her stomach, killing her and birthing them as these corrupted monstrosities.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And they said that we have a choice to fight the Necromancer or the Hag.
Well, in
I got a little
particular,
lost.
well, no, he said that they it seems the two groups wanted to parlay with them for whatever reason. They were both groups had explained that they were like partitioning, I think is the word, nearby civilizations for whatever reason, and he guesses that's because they might be spooked about the dragon being in the area.
Okay, but and they want to also parlay with the cult of Madeira, right?
And the werewolves belong to which group?
Whoever
the
is
Necromancer.
whoever necromancer is controlling those, like you've already seen multiple iterations of like wolf skeletons or like evidence of their attacks in the area and stuff.
So what does the wizard want us to do?
He says that in his opinion, if they're warring with each other, if you could possibly maybe something along the lines of, I think he would say like trying to like pit them against each other, that sort of thing, or maybe if you could procure their aid, then that would be like you have a military force, that sort of thing. But since there are two like competing corrupting forces, one of them needs to go, is what he's saying. So at the very least, even if you guys don't, end up liking the conversation you have with both individual groups, it would be helpful to have intel on what their city looks like, what their headquarters looks like, what the leader looks like, what he knows, and all that sort of stuff. Because the leverage you have is that they can't hurt you, unless you try to hurt them, obviously.
Yeah,
if you answer the summons.
Yeah, I'd like to find something I can use against them.
If we want to leave this place, we have to go through them.
Yeah, that definitely. So there's undead or hags. I'd rather not mess with the hags, to be completely honest with you. The undead are more predictable.
It still doesn't solve our issue. Even if we get out of here, we don't have a way to take on the dragon. It's not good.
What if we were to...
He does assure you if you guys can get a path out of here through that, then he could try to... He knows of a ritual he might be able to conduct, but he probably won't be able to live through it to get you guys out of there. But like, you guys have 30... he promises like the service of like the 30 guards and knights that like serve at the temple and everything.
I was thinking of maybe offering the Necromancer to go and off the hags. Behind the hags' back. Do like a backroom deal with them. And then their war is finished. They're still concerned about the dragon, but they can help us finish the dragon.
Necromancer?
I'd rather take a necromancer than a hag.
I think both
Behind-
options. Both
Yeah,
options
yeah.
aren't as. Sorry, go ahead.
You think that the Necromancer will help us? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Why?
because we killed the hags for him.
Kingsley also speaks up and is just like, it wouldn't hurt to answer both summons. At the very least, like I said, one of them needs to go, so I'm not exactly all sunshine and roses about it, but at the very least try to get a layout of their city. Wherever their settlement is.
That is a good point. We can also scout them at the same time. Just talk to the hags like a little bit and then go away. Find out if they have any weaknesses. Scout them out a little bit.
I agree. We find out as much as we can about both of them, maybe play both of them and play them against each other, and then find out where we can insert ourselves to maybe be victorious. When the time is right, we should know.
I'd like to do away with both of them, but an undead army sounds pretty rad to me. Guys, they don't feel anything, they go ahead. I don't care if it kills the dragon. Quite frankly, we can still kill the necromancer afterwards.
How do we
If
know
you
that this
dislike him that
strategy even
much.
works?
I don't know. I'll put my trust in the old guy. If he says it's like that, he must know. He knows more than most of us, doesn't he?
Yes, well, I'm just about ready to kick the bucket, so I might as well use what I've got for something.
There we go. That's exactly what I preach. Be useful while you can. Still, old man. Yeah, he's just gonna refer to him as old man. You're a priest of Madeira, right?
I worship all the nine.
Oh, and how come that a high priest like you is the head of a specific church and not a church of or a temple that's in the name of all the gods?
Not many of them around there. I don't worship all the nine because of some lack of direction. It's just I respect what they do here, mapping the world, and we might not agree on everything, but I worship the nine because if the world were good, nothing would die, and if nothing died, nothing would grow. It's about balance.
That's not my question. My question is, how come you're the head priest here?
Well, I happen to
Right.
have more knowledge than the ones currently here have.
Yeah. I know that shiny knight lady, she's a bit off the handle. She needs a leash, I have the feeling. She's not the most rational, I would say.
Oh, you mean Seraph?
I assume so, the fire hair lady.
Yes, she can be quite a lot to deal with when she gets like that.
I hope she's not gonna be the one that's gonna be in charge after you. Well, not much that can be done. Beggars can't be choosers, am I right?
Such is the way of the Seven Empires.
Such is the way. Well, so what is it?
Were you talking about the effigies and stuff?
Yeah, well, I trust you with the effigies. If you say it's like that, I'll trust you.
Yes, well, they
You have nothing to gain from lying to us anyways.
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you guys just tell him to so you're going to the Necromancer first? Or you want to break the Necromancer effigy first?
Oh, we break the effigies to go there?
Not to go there. It's to let them. It sends like basically a magical resonance. It's like almost how you like when you swear an oath, how like that becomes a witness between you and the gods. Making this effigy and lacing your own like a piece of your own like flesh into it and everything as like a promise of like we'll meet together and neither of us are going to try to kill each other, that sort of thing, because it's basically forcing hospitality on like a cosmic level because you're in a Feywild area. Well, I
No.
mean, it's the Shatter, but still Feywild.
Same, but different. I get it. Alright. What do you guys say? Which one do you go with first? Or shall we flip a coin?
Quick question
Hmm.
to the GM. Do these effigies teleport us there? How far away are these two factions from each other?
Well, Kingsley would explain they're probably like a good in terms of a point crawl sort of thing. They're probably a couple points, but he would guess they have a means. He talks about let me see, where is it? There are these certain flowers called fractals that are characteristic of like an area of the shatter, which are essentially like these like flowers with petals made of glass. He doesn't have any himself, but they're frequently used for teleportation, as if you gather enough of them and plant them in an area and you have like a strong emotion or like a specific memory that you focus on, you can almost create an imprint. So if you pick up those like a piece of like those flowers that you planted and everything, you can think about that memory or whatever emotion you planted back there and it acts as a portal. You crush it in your hand and you return back to where you had planted the flowers and stuff. He would guess that's how they got to the temple so quickly because they was within days of each other. So they would have to have some of those in order to travel to the temple that shortly.
So the meeting's gonna be at the temple or where?
They're probably gonna he would say because they gave it to him, they would come to the temple and then whatever means
Pick
of
us
like
up.
yeah, long distance sort of thing, they would probably have that.
They come pick us up and we go there and then they send us back kind of thing.
Hmm.
Alright, sure. Sure. So,
In a metagaming sense, I don't know how to say this, but like, are we gonna have time to? Because I have a feeling we have to like go talk to each leader, and then like walk through their whole cities.
I was just gonna fast forward to their headquarters since it's not really as I can
Okay.
describe the city like in like a brief sort of thing, but I figured just because was it 9:14 right now my time, you guys have maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. Is that cool or no?
Hour and a half for me.
Hour and a half. Okay. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can summarize it. Yeah, we can finish that in that
I
amount
just
of time.
didn't. I figured if we're gonna have to go talk to each leader, it's gonna be like a long RP thing. So I was like, how are we gonna pull that off? By via
If we
traveling really far, getting there, then we have to talk to the leader, then we have to convince them, and then we have to come back and then go to the other place and then do the same thing.
well, I mean, yeah, both in game and out of game, you don't necessarily have to make the deal. You could either be by you could either make like come up with after meeting both of them. Kingsley would advise that like after meeting with both of them, you weigh your options and then decide who you want to go with, that sort of thing, or if whether you want to at all, like that sort of thing. Uh,
And we can't leave
he can
the
try to get you out
Fairhollow.
at probably at the cost of his own life, but the thing he's worried about is sending you out to the nearest major civilization that has an army that can fight a dragon, which would take over a month. And he doesn't know how long it's going to be till the dragon gets to Fairhollow. It's been maybe like 3, 4 days since you left from the in the caravan. So he's like, I could send you out if you guys really want, but I'm worried that you're not gonna get back in time for Fairhollow to
Hmm.
even be still standing.
Do we get a sense that once we pick one side or the other, that the other side is going to attack us?
Um, you that would probably be like you have to like talk to them, but at the very least, this day, unless you guys attack them, they can't take an action against you. So even if you like, make a deal at the end of the session, it's not gonna next session isn't gonna start with them raiding the temple.
Okay. I guess we go to the undead place first. My
Alrighty.
character's kind of diametrically opposed to necromancy, but
Yeah,
given the situation, I don't know.
Given the situation, it's both bad.
Yeah.
indeed. This is a grim dark situation right here.
Did
This music
well,
probably
either
isn't it.
way, I must smack one of the figurines.
Came all this way to enlist the aid of a god, but all we're getting is the aid of a necromancer, some old crone. What does this world come to?
A helping hand is a helping hand. Has nobody taught you, a learned man, that you don't look a gift horse in the mouth?
All right. Um,
I admire your optimism, Flunchiken, but
There's
we are
always
not
a
dealing
way.
with normal entities here.
Yeah, well, you're not exactly normal, and so am I. And brother Anton, I don't want
all
to
right.
start with him.
So, Kingsley crushes the breaks the first entity, snaps it in half, and you guys feel this like sort of like invisible wave of energy wash over and everything. Um, I don't know why my computer isn't. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Now, yeah.
Okay. I guess my computer was lagging or something. But yeah, like I was saying, you guys break the effigy, and a couple hours later, you guys hear, I imagine you're kind of just on the outskirts of the temple waiting and stuff. Um, you hear this wet shuffling sound, like just boom, boom, as exiting from the tree line is this 17 to 18 foot tall hound creature, but it's completely formed from decaying corpses and skeletons. It peers up at the temple gates where you guys stand, and it speaks in these like a cacophony of voices that are all say, "You all answered the summons."
We did.
Indeed.
Colin steps up, but his hands are just like shaking like crazy.
It smells awful. Like it literally is like being next to like an open graveyard, that sort of thing. But you see it vomits out these like this pile of those glass petaled flowers onto the ground, and it speaks and says, "For your return."
I'll pick it up.
All you need do is think. My voice almost. Sorry. Uh, all you need do is think of a strong moment in your heart. Afterwards, plant those flowers in the ground. Pluck one from there. Then, when you wish to return, crush it within your grasp.
Hmm. I'll wipe it on my robe and hand it to brother Anton, as he said heart.
He he takes them begrudgingly. He just has very disgusted look on his face with this whole scenario.
Well, big dog. Shall we? As I guess the only one that's not completely annoyed at these kinds of creatures, Flarekin will just usher everyone along. Come, my companions. We've got work to do.
Let me turn it down just a little bit. Sorry.
Where is it that we're going? Sorry.
We're going
You're
to
going to-
Necromancer's lair.
I will kind of fast forward. I won't give like a whole environmental description. Well, you guys are on the map. Wait, no, you're not actually. I just realized you couldn't see. That's what it looks like, the token that I just posted right there.
Wow.
But yeah, so you guys walk out into this clearing. He has it's called a charnel hound. This charnel hound has you all stand in a circle. It vomits out some more of those glass flowers and crushes it underneath its paw, and you all feel a space warp around you as you now stand as like a quick time lapse. You all see this ruined castle. You can tell it's a Vernosian style fortress. Vernos is one of the seven empires. It's like a winter sort of militant war cult, I think, of a society. But it's this ruined Vernosian style fortress covered in this giant pale rooted sort of plant creature that is like kind of writhing and contracting around it and everything. You step inside and you hear a low groan as you see there's these like ghoul werewolves, these like wolfmen ghouls feasting on corpses and everything. Um, you're ushered into a room with like completely just like a chamber with the plant around it and everything. And there's this like squelching sound as you feel the room shift around you as if the building itself is being rearranged. Let me see real quick. Give me 1 second. The only thing I want to describe before you get there is you do see a room filled with these Vernosian unfinished warships, but you can see that the ship's hull's kind of answering the question for what you saw at Bloomberg with the giant missing its rib cage. The hulls of the ships are all rib cages of giant creatures. There's a dead giant actively having its rib cage being pulled out, like shattered and attached to like a hull of a ship. You get to a throne room. Hold on 1 second. These are kind of like what the wolfmen look like that you see all around the place. He's like his like minions as well as like the wolf skeletons.
Positively messed up.
I couldn't the black and white. I tried to like make it a Shadowdark black and white type filter, but it wasn't clear enough for me to keep it. So that's like this is just a rough reference for the figure I'm about to describe to you. The picture on the top. But yeah, you get to this Vernosian style Great Hall, and you see. My computer's deciding it shit itself now for whatever reason. Okay. You see on top of this ruined throne is a figure that the Charnel Hound kneels and introduces as the Hound King. He stands up with this like sort of stiff movement. Even hunched, he stands taller than most men. He resembles like a corpse halfway through becoming a werewolf, and it's just like halfway rotting. His body is wrapped in a filthy fur cloak, stiff with old blood and mud. And beneath it lies this rusted Vernosian type armor decorated with winter iconography. It barely fits him anymore, but he has this hunched posture, like I said, and parts of his flesh are like furred or skeletal and all that sort of stuff. He adjusts his jaw that clearly no longer properly fits in his skull, and you hear this like low dirge of a voice. I'm not going to fully get it accurately, but they're like, the Hound King knows thy scent. Desperation. The Hound's mortal vessel once felt such things. Why have you answered my summons?
Why have you summoned us? Fenriken asks.
The Hound King summons you because a frost worm stalks. Most likely thy civilization.
And what does it have to do with you, Hound King?
The Hound King summons people from the temple because the Hound is aware kingdoms rot. Oaths fell, blood betrays blood. I know this truth better than most.
I agree.
I'm trying to see where...
But,
but yeah, sorry, my thing was lagging, so I was trying to get it together.
Yeah.
He would basically just say something along the lines of you asking like why you summoned him and everything. It would be like the Hound King smells the fresh sorrow in your souls. You weep for the lives you failed to save. Give the Hound King your dead. Let their bones stand a line against the ruination, so your trembling hands may rest. Let the Hound's hunger succeed where your faith and hope has failed. I make proposition. Unlike that three-headed fool decorating their savagery in silks, I speak plainly. I only wish for your dead. Both in the battle, any of those that fall, and afterwards, any dead in your fort will be under my supply. In exchange, let hunger eat that worm from the sky.
Would Colin have any knowledge in regards to necromancy and the sort? Where I guess what I'm trying to figure out is like, is their soul still attached? Like, do they have some form of consciousness while being under the Hound King's control, or is this like just puppeteering their corpses?
His undead already have a particularly, or in particular the Charnel Hound that you guys had marching with you has an unusual level of sentience, but all the others you can tell are just savage beasts. He does gesture over. You guys see strung up on the wall, I meant to say. One reason why he gave the summons to the Temple of Madeera in the first place. You see strung up on the wall, just like I put on the map, is this werewolf, but in its chest, it looks like as if a ghoul fused into its chest. So now the werewolf top half is missing its like lower jaw, and in its place is this ghoul's head with like its tiny vestigial arms sticking out of the chest and everything. It's strung up, and he explains, I gave him only the order to collect from the beasts entering the southeastern borders of the Shatter. He overextended. For this, the Hound apologizes.
Fenriken is contemplating. He's
Brother
contemplating.
Anton is not with this at all.
He kind of puts his hands behind his back and is like circling, marching around you guys and everything. I keep messing it up, but he has that sort of thing. I don't know if you guys have seen the Nosferatu movie. It's like he inhales a deep breath before every word he speaks, as if he has to force air into his lungs. but he constantly refers to himself. He doesn't say the word like my or I or me. It's the
He only
Hound.
talks. He always talks about himself in the third person.
Yeah.
Well, that's to be expected. He's a king after all, right? At least he fancies himself that. What Flindrikin is more concerned about is giving this guy basically more manpower to his in his hands. He's basically giving him fuel for his army, which is strategically maybe not the best call. Because he might become an issue later. And we don't want that, do we now? Yet, what is it okay.
He speaks up as if you guys are silent for long enough.
No, he's gonna ask. So, if we shall supply you with the corpses, what is it the Hound King will do for us? And better yet, you don't seem to like this tongue twister of a person. What would you say if we took care of that one for you instead? What would you offer us in exchange?
Oh, sorry, I was trying to turn it down.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you ask him what would you do in exchange, I think he lets out a little bit of a low, like, approving growl upon you saying that, mentioning about taking out. He says, is it getting louder, or is that just me?
It's getting a little bit louder.
Yeah, sorry.
It's fine for me.
Okay, all right.
It's fine.
I'm having technical difficulties galore. So yeah, but yeah, in response, he would say, should you slay down that three-headed fool, I will bolster you with more. You will be allying yourself, your settlement, with the future ruler of this world. I see greater opponents than complacent lords that decide to live in their little societies. I seek the ultimate challenge. Mornak.
Well, we will see if you shall be the future king of the world. But we could do with a non-aggression pact in exchange.
Should your settlement provide its steady ties of dead, as I said, I care not if it is the corpse of a pet, the corpse of a grandmother. All you need do is hand those corpses to my troops, or to the Hound King's troops that will make the rounds. You pay your tithes, no further conversation is needed.
Thank you for the offer, but I think we respectfully decline.
You see, Hound King, these people are attached to their dead. It has a way higher value to them than your help. Unfortunately. But at the same time, I would rather not have to deal with that gibbering mouth with 3 heads. And he just points in a random direction. The way of... I like you. In one specific way, you speak your mind. And I respect that.
Hunger is honest.
But a good king shouldn't Hound. But a good king should not overestimate themselves before they've shown what they can do.
He ushers
you
you guys.
Speak. What? Okay, he ushers us where?
He would gesture his arm over to, he's overlooking this great hall that's built with this shipyard. This is dozens upon dozens of ships, all lined with the rib cages of giant beasts.
Well, those ships will do you no good if there's only ice to sail on.
You are worried about the frost worm overcoming the Hound King's forces. Ground
It
troops
does.
is not only my specialty, ballistas, catapults.
Yeah, and how will you transport them if you don't have the ships?
I will
If they're rendered useless by a frozen sea, Hound King.
the Hound
Do
King
you even see the future before you want to act? I'm here to make you an offer, and you would be wise to accept it.
The Hound King makes you the same offer. I
No,
have
you
no
want to rule over us, and you have to accept us as equals
As you can see,
in this trade.
As you can see, the Hound's forces are more than capable of dealing with a single frost worm. The Hound offers you a gesture of courtesy. You need only give your dead, those that cannot contribute to your society anymore. And the Hound
I'm giving-
assures you, troops that feel no pain from frost. The Hound's forces can carry whatever equipment the Hound needs.
Brother Anton shakes his head no.
I'm curious, Hound King. What is it you want from our dead? It seems like you are already powerful. You have everything you need, or at least you claim to.
The Hound King has his goals momentarily put on pause because of that.
He growls in this like very disturbing bass.
Because of those hags. They shackled von Barbas, cursed him with lycanthropy. But what they do not realize is when backed into a corner, there is no beast more ferocious than the Hound. As your compatriot said, eliminating the Three Mother would free up my forces that actively battle the beasts that enter the Shatter day after day, the demons that claw at the heels of this fort, and you would have an army. Triple. No. Quite possibly 10 times the size of... What is your settlement?
Answer that.
Just metagamey quick talk here.
Yeah.
I have the sneaking suspicion, right? So if we wipe out one of the other faction here, the one that survives will probably be the BBEG in the next thing, and I hate Faye, so.
Well, I mean, I think at this point it's like kind of like it's becoming like a back and forth sort of thing. So the Hound
Yeah.
King would kind of like growl disapprovingly and just say,
The Hound thinks you need time to reconsider.
he takes out another effigy and says,
Once you have weighed your options, and the Hound assures you your options are not many from what I can tell.
They indeed are not.
Conversation is merely a lie dressed in rot. So once you have made your decision, the Hound King will be more than happy to assist. But once more, the Hound assures you, a single frost worm will only be an inconvenience to soldiers that can feel no pain from frost.
From Brother Anton's perspective, this is a deal that he would never accept because he would never give the bodies of the children to him. He would never give the bodies of loved ones, friends, and family,
Hmm.
as well as allies. So this would be just like a thing that Brother Anton would never agree to.
It wouldn't bother Flinderkin too much because in his eyes they're just corpses, but he knows that society
Yeah, you have to consider like
other
what you're
people.
gonna tell, what you're gonna tell this like the civilization and stuff.
Mhm.
But yeah, I
Also,
mean,
your character doesn't really have an attachment to the fort either.
Yeah. Well, Mulia is fed by the demon's lotus flower, right? So she's trying to understand why the Hound King wants the bodies, and if there's any way we can substitute it with something else that might appease him. So she's trying to
um,
understand. Yeah,
yeah. Well, he's a necromancer. That's like the easiest reason. Dead
right.
bodies are his soldiers and stuff, and he's planning. Well, he's waging a war, as he said. The shatter, like I said, is a abyssal infected. So there's demons. There's the Nephilim, which are the trifold entities I've talked about. Those like abominations, corrupt, celestial fae, corrupted and stuff. And then he's apparently fighting the armies of the Three Mother as well. So he just needs numbers, and if he's eventually trying to plan on taking out Mornak, he also would have said that he refers to Von Barbas as a second person. I'm just speed running, so like we
Yeah.
because it seems like the
Well,
negotiations kind of like
Yeah.
stalled and stuff. But he would have said that he also plans on marching upon Vernos to remind the people of Vernos that betrayed Von Barbas when he was once a man, of like their reckoning essentially. So that's just what he's non-negotiable on that side. Like all he wants is corpses. He doesn't care about anything else. He's like, I'll protect your fort with, you know, like
right.
a small
So
army and stuff.
she's trying to understand if she can promise them the Hex army, right? We will give you the Hex army, like trying to figure out what he really needs here, and if we can give him something else that will appease that instead of our
Yeah, that was
community,
kind
so
of the
to speak.
point
Hmm.
I wanted to make. What if we give him the hag's corpses? Wouldn't he be down for that instead?
He would explain their corpses are tainted by they are claimed by their grandfather Yinagu upon their death.
Mm.
Well,
Also, let's
yeah.
not forget that these are hags, and if they're giving this guy trouble, there's no way on the Seven Empires that we're gonna be able to take care of them.
Well, it seems like they're in based on what he said, he gets kind of dodgy when you talk about like specific like the Three Mother in particular and his forces. It seems like they're in a little bit of a standstill situation where they just keep going back and forth and shit. So that's why he particularly got like not excited. He's undead, but he got he seemed like he was jumping on the topic of you guys
More eager.
yeah. He would probably say, as you guys are leaving, on that note, if that's where the negotiations would have taken. I'm just time lapsing because I think we have like
Yeah.
40 something minutes left, an hour or something. Um,
Yeah, about an hour.
yeah, he would have said that should you make the wise decision of siding with him, he will give your forces a the chance to. He'll basically create a diversion by sending his forces on the forefront. So you guys would get like a direct. All you would need to do is just directly get to the Three Mother and take her out.
Yeah, that was kind of the idea. If we help him to destroy that one, because he's
But
in a standstill as well.
yeah, but the corpses are kind of useless to him. Like if you remember, now admittedly they were
Just because the corpses aren't useless,
they,
at this point he's in a standstill. He can't do anything except if we help him with this situation. He doesn't have the way to do anything, and he, in exchange for us helping him getting out of this standstill, because he's not going anywhere like this. We can still get out of here if we really wanted to.
he probably would have. I'm just once again time lapsing. He probably would have brought up once more that in particular he approached the temple mainly because, like I said in the beginning, that he doesn't see you guys as having many options aside from a little bit arrogant, obviously, but he sees himself as the best option against nothing, pretty much.
Hmm. All right, let's see what the hags have to say
This is
then.
also something you guys can discuss with yourselves after you've had a discussion with both, because
Yeah.
this is obviously the dilemma and stuff.
So, what's the lesser evil here?
Yeah,
Type of dilemma.
yeah, he would have referred to her. Once again, the corpses are. He thinks of he. You can tell he's thinking about this in terms of like Anthony. You play like Total War, right? Like it's basically like that's how he sees the like his forces and like the war effort and everything. He's looking at it. There would have been a war room table inside of like the throne room you guys went to. So he's worried about numbers and nothing else. There's not really he doesn't have any value for the matrons, which are the daughters of the three mother that serve her as like her like war cult essentially. He has no use for demon claimed corpses and stuff. So he will help you give like a frontal assault and everything, but in terms of why he doesn't just march in there, it's the same reason why like a country it's costly. You could march upon the capital city by yourself and try to take out the leader, but you would be losing a whole bunch of forces for what is ultimately like, a maybe. But if he can get you guys in there, then that's a wild card that he knows that she can't account for.
What about oh my god, I have an idea. What's the city to the north called again? Those slaver people?
Tempest home. Yeah, about like 2+ month journey, yeah.
Yeah, so this is very evil. What if we were to bait Tempest home out so he can kill them and take over their bodies? We basically sell them out.
These are like
still chaotic evil.
That's very fucking evil.
Yeah, you guys can. Yeah, I'm not trying to force you. I'm not trying to force you. Just people only have like 40-something minutes left. So that's why you can either discuss this at the beginning at the end of like this session if we have time, or at the beginning of the next.
All right. Decision. Yeah.
But
Let's
yeah,
talk
this
to
is
the Fae first.
Yeah, this is a part of the sort of situation.
This is something I'm talking to with. Probably not Anton because he's anti-everything at this point. Flanrican is kind of.
I mean, yeah, you're kind of surrounded by corruption, yeah. So.
Yeah.
Let me see here. So, I'll move things along just a little bit. Let me see here. So you guys would eventually like leave and crush the glass pedal to whatchamacallit, to return back to the temple. Shortly afterward, after you breaking the effigy for the three mothers forces, the matrons left off, you see a hold up. I could have sworn that I had hold up. All right, well, I don't have a token for it, I guess. Sorry, I thought I had something for. Anyways, you all see. I can just describe it. You all see exiting from the brush, flanked by two matron guards. You see a displacer beast, this like six-legged jaguar with like these barbed tentacles on his back and everything. He approaches and is flanked by two matron guards, and you see one off to the side is a creature called a lamia, which is like a towering like female humanoid with the top half of a human woman and the lower half of a lion. Most interestingly,
of a lion?
Of a lion, yeah. So top half, it's like a centaur, but the bottom half is a lion. And the top half is a beautiful woman's like form. Mulia, one thing you notice, she looks entirely different. Your razor chain would have spoken up at this, as you told him to notify you when he sensed the blood of Ella. You recognize the eyes. You will recognize these eyes anywhere. You see Ella's eyes on this Lamia's form and everything as they approach.
I'm shocked as I see it, and in spite of my shock, there's a certain realization that this was always a possibility. I've seen enough along this path, and she's gone for long enough that So that's my initial reaction.
you being an assassin, you can read body language really well. You can tell she momentarily looks at you and her like expression shifts in an unreadable way. But the displacer beast, it's same sort of deal and everything. It asked you if you had meant to answer the summons and everything. And you guys get going on your way. Hold up. Let me see here.
I will,
I-
of course, look for an opportunity to talk to her if given the chance, like when no one is looking, you know?
yeah, for sure. We can do something real quick right after you get to the city.
Yeah, no, no, even next time is fine.
Yeah. We could also, yeah, do that next time as well. That'll probably fit better. Um, yeah, you guys get to the same clearing, and two of the matron warriors, like I've described them before, you saw it. I think Cowan said BRB, but like Cowan described in their visions, they're these fey women that are very like predatory looking and everything. They look like like not beastmen, but they have extremely like fe harsh feline features, like slitted like slitted feline eyes, these like pronounced bone ridges along their brows that kind of look like bone armor in a sense, like they like protrude out in different sort of like shapes and patterns and everything. But they crush the glass. I'm trying to like speed things along, so I'm just making sure I have shit. But yeah, so
Hmm.
you crush the glass pedal and you all appear before a city that I'll kind of speed run you walking past. It's surrounded by this forest with trees that bleed silver sap, and the actual city itself looks like it's built into like a bowl sort of shape where everything is like pointing towards the center. So like as you're traveling through the city, and it's like the architecture is like made of various gemstones, like there's black opal sort of like buildings and everything, marble, all that sort of stuff. But it's like it's beautiful, but in a way that's like too excessive and it makes your head hurt a little bit. It's like a little bit nauseating to see just this labyrinthine city. But you guys eventually get to hold up. I don't know what's been going on today. Okay, there we go. I was trying to find my stuff and it was not cooperating with me. You guys enter a massive receiving chamber draped in layered silk curtains colored deep red and black. There's like chandeliers made of bone hanging overhead, while you see a whole bunch of male slaves that are also throughout the city, but also just in this place as well, walking between matrons that are walking around. There's the slaves are like handing them wine and meat and all that sort of stuff. You're ushered past to a hold up. You're ushered past these velvet halls, and you see there's like these. It's almost like walking in a crazy cat lady's house. There's like a shit ton of cats like all around and everything. Some of them have like these human-like eyes, and others have like too many limbs. But you are taken to an amphitheater of sorts, and you see two male slaves that are like being like forced to like fight each other, and you see sitting on top of this large couch. I'll post the token, but it's not exactly matching up with the appearance that I'm about to describe. It's just for reference. You see the three mothers sitting on top of this large couch watching these two slaves fight each other. Her swollen body barely fits within her Victorian style dress that's stitched together from mismatched fabrics and old funeral garments. Silk gloves cover hands tipped with black claws, and it almost looks like I guess I'll describe the heads and everything just to make it quick, because they're all like three separate entities, obviously. Um, One introduces herself as the crone, which is the oldest looking head. They all have faint hyena-like traits, but the oldest looking head that introduces herself as the crone has her face powdered white, but the makeup is like cracked across like deep wrinkles. There are thumbtacks stuck into various parts of her face that stretch taut the sagging skin over uh, visible patches of fur she's trying to hide. And her wig, her powdered wig, is crawling with lice. The one that introduces herself as
Yummy.
the one that introduces herself as the mother has the broadest head. Her features are way more bestial and like a flattened nose and a heavy jaw. Her powdered wig hangs crooked and torn, and most of her makeup is torn away. And the one that's speaking to you now is known introduces herself as the maiden. Perfect makeup, fresh lipstick, pristine powdered wig, smooth skin. But it's just she has this smile that is like a little bit too wide. She introduces herself as she's just like she gets up from the couch and is like, "Visitors, come closer, my sweet poppets."
Fenriken will say under his breath to Brother Anton, "No way." You go. He kind of pushes anyone in front of him.
Mulia will go.
Yeah, we'll force Mulia into the spotlight for this
Yeah.
one.
Honestly,
Fenriken
yeah.
definitely does not want to talk to these irrational beasts.
It makes sense that Mulia might want to take point because you see that this hag clearly has the three mother clearly has some sort of obsession with like your background, I believe, is noble, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yes, you were a noble. You recognize a lot of this different architecture. It looks like it's like various noble architecture from throughout the world and different cultures in the Seven Empires.
Uh-huh.
You step closer and she's like, she sniffs and is like, "Oh, you poor dreadful thing." This is the maiden talking to you, the nice looking one. Uh, she's just like, "You all smell of death." You-
Our path has been fraught with such.
And I suppose you've come seeking salvation, haven't you?
Perhaps not salvation, more so redemption.
The oldest looking one, the crone, kind of grinds her teeth audibly and is like, "Everyone eventually needs salvation, redemption, whatever." And she's like mumbling to herself. The maiden ushers you guys to like a table to like sit down.
I sit and I gesture for the others to remain standing.
Yeah.
We stand
Like
just keep an eye
yeah.
on you.
Because I'm very aware that, they respect nobility. I'm very aware from the way I've seen the men treated around here that they may have a hierarchy in terms of their expectations for gender. So I act as though I'm above my friends, just and I give them all a glance to say, just play with me or something like that, right? Just yeah.
Yeah, Fenriken is happy to oblige.
I do like a bow type of thing.
Um, I think as you do the bow, like some matrons that are like wearing powdered wigs inside of the room, kind of like are mumbling to themselves in Sylvan. Kyle, when you hear them, they're like, "That one is cute. I wonder what his screams sound like. I could send him to the gladiator pits, make him fight some of my war beasts." And they are laughing to each other. But as Mulia, you're about to like speak to the three mother. She walks over, grabs the matron by the head, and slams her head against the wall.
Holy crap.
Oh my.
"I apologize. It is quite poor etiquette to speak so unfavorably of guests. You all don't wish to sit down?"
I thank you for your kind gesture here in recognizing our guest status. But no, these are my entourage, and they will serve by standing if that is okay with you, with your permission.
Hmm, I suppose I understand. You see the mother, the more bestial looking one, immediately booms over and everything. Um, it's something like, "Do not test my patience. A woman unbroken is a woman unmade." And she's speaking before she's interrupted by the maiden. Now I'm to understand you said you're seeking redemption. How can we assist? You are honored guests after all.
I thank you for that honor. Similarly, I wish to fortify this relationship by finding ways we can perhaps collaborate to be rid of those hound, the heathen Hound King and the undead his undead minions.
Oh, Von Barbus, you mean? A warlord throwing a tantrum because his son and his brother cast him into the snow like a sick puppy because he worships Shun the Vile.
I understand you dislike him as much as we do, perhaps.
I assume from what my scouts told me, he's already made an offer to the temple I assume you reside at. Do you truly believe a mutt who slaughters his own men will honor a bargain with you?
If we believe that, we would not be here.
A wise woman indeed. The three mother only requires a small tribute compared to what I assume his greedy request was.
What might that be, Three Mother?
The crone, the oldest one, answers, a single sprout every 7 winters. A very small pruning to save an entire garden, yes. Think of the generations that will live just for one tiny little seed. And she grinds her teeth.
A
Seems like
sprout, you say.
she needs children, I have a feeling.
I'll feign
One
innocence and I'll say we will bring you the best of any flower.
flowers are welcome, but what we speak, the crone interrupts again. What we speak, one female child once every 7 years. That is
I
all we
feel
request.
I feel Brother Anton just stiffen next to me. And I kind of reach back and put my hand against his um and I say, what might you want to do with this child?
The mother immediately, the bestial one, would answer you and is like, we take frailty and burn it away to suffer as tumult, and tumult is to become divine. You should be begging us on your knees to take your weak daughters, and she's interrupted by the maiden once more. We will take one female child once every 7 years to reshape them into something divine.
I pause, I look at her, and I say, this is something we will have to consider. Will you give me time to talk to my people?
The maiden would nod, but the crone would kind of urge, think about his bargain. Why would the Hound King fight hard to keep your people alive during the battle against the frostworm that roams the skies? The Hound will simply wait for the frostworm to chew your fort to splinters. The reptile will do the heavy lifting, and then the dog lord will claim his vast bloody prize. He has absolutely no incentive to save you. We care about ushering in, protecting the future of your settlement.
I want to just meta game a little bit and ask when she said a female child, did she say humanoid
Um, yeah, it would be
specifically?
humanoid. Yeah,
Okay, she
that's what
said
she would
that
imply.
explicitly, right? I was thinking,
Yeah, she would
she-
clarify and stuff like that. Yeah.
okay.
It seems like the crone, the oldest one, is like the strategist. The maiden, the more pretty looking one, is like the talker, and then the mother is probably having something to do with when things get ugly.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
while you would be like, I guess, going to talk to the others, you see the all three heads, they were like bickering and stuff, but they immediately stop and they're just staring at you all with this like unbroken smile for like 2 minutes straight as like drool is falling from their mouth in ropes. They look on the table and see you guys notice, and they go like rigidly still before they stand up, smooth their layered skirts, and says, "Excuse me. I need to readjust some powder on my face." She takes one male slave by the hand into a separate room next to the like room you're in, and tells you guys to help yourself to some tea and talk amongst each other to consider. She closes this door, which you can tell is like soundproofed, but you can hear on the other side guttural, like snarling sounds, the sound of flesh tearing and like screams from the male slave.
Is
What
this
you
a
guys are
human or like an elf?
Yeah, there would probably be a couple elven slaves, but they're all male slaves that you've seen throughout the city that the various matron warriors have, and then also the three mother. Um, she probably would have taken in, yeah, like a human man into the chamber after she appeared like embarrassed from like drooling in front of you guys. So you guys have like a couple minutes inside of the room alone and stuff.
I cannot express this enough. Do not drink anything. This spell might protect them from harming us, but that doesn't mean they can't put any spells or anything on us.
Yeah, I agree. Do not do that.
This is arguably the lesser of the two evils, I feel. However,
I feel like this is the bigger evil, not gonna lie.
Is
feels
Colin
like the
familiar with the
lesser.
procreation of hags?
Are you
Yeah,
really sure?
yeah, this is a known thing. I think you don't even need to be a chronicler to know they eat children.
Okay.
But you've never seen a hag like this before. Like she's actively usually they eat the children and then put them back into like their family's home and then they once the child turns 13, they turn into a hag. But Granny Moggie clearly has some sort of or she would have introduced herself as such. I don't know if I said her name, but Granny Moggie clearly has some sort of magic that can rebirth them into these matron warriors you see, these like fey sort of like feline looking warriors. She has some obsession with cats as well, considering the hundreds wandering around.
Well, once every 7 years isn't as bad as the other one, as Brother Anton suggests. However,
Mm,
I think that we
I would
still,
disagree.
I think that there's still the option of playing them where we agree to a deal with them and then
oh, totally.
kill the hag somehow. That's
Yeah.
the only way to break a
Yeah.
break a contract with a hag is killing them.
There's
Not
also
that
the
this would be easy.
I'm not jumping in, but I'm also just because I don't know how much time there's going to be at the end of the session to discuss and everything. So somebody, one of the leaders would have said as such once you get back and discuss later on and stuff. But like allying with one of them now doesn't mean you can't kill them later. There's still the whole detail with there's an abyssal incursion and stuff like that going on the Howling Mountain. So there's other things that can be done like outside of like the immediate sense and stuff. But as far as the leaders go, just because you ally with one, uh, or allying with one would take out the other, and then that doesn't mean you can't handle the one you allied with after that.
I think that was our intention initially,
Yeah,
right? To pretend to ally with one, but learn the landscape in order to then
Yeah,
better know how to leverage, our attack against them.
yeah,
But I think,
definitely.
yeah,
because both
I
definitely have the military power to actually defend against the dragon. Now, obviously, they can't send like they're constantly at war, so they can send enough to help defend against the dragon. You still have to fight it and stuff, obviously, but like you would have help. But it's not really a question of their military might and stuff. But this is very much obviously the dilemma you guys are in.
but the 7 years in delivering the gift, right? Buys us time to kill them, buys us time to figure out a way to do something to negate it, i.e., is there a spell we can use to replicate a child that is soulless or just the husk, you know what I mean, or something like that, just until we can
I
get rid
think
of
they would
these. Yeah.
know
But the only thing
That's
is
a good
like how
point.
they obtain the child would be like,
Yeah.
are they going to ask for one child right off the bat, or are they going to wait 7 years and then come?
Well,
Right.
she wouldn't. Oh yeah, that I get what you're saying. She wouldn't take more than one child though, because if the Fae are very matter of fact about their deals,
Yeah,
he might
there's
be. Yeah.
a
Get down.
few
Get
issues
down.
with that. So,
I
so
don't know.
first of
I
all,
don't know how we would
they're
kill.
hags.
I mean, if we kill the necromancer, you just kill him, and then you effectively destroy the entire army in theory, as
Yeah,
long as that's how it works.
basically.
Um, but
Or it's gonna
getting
be a
to
Lich King
him,
kind of situation where you kill him and now they're like kind of out of control.
That's
cat
good
burn
law
him
to know.
out.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's the thing with Bolvar and Arthas when Arthas dies.
That's a
Bolvar has to take all.
Warcraft thing.
That's World of Warcraft, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have
We know
this
Cheryl's
background.
a
Yeah.
huge gamer.
Based
She
upon
plays
how
World of
advanced
Warcraft.
based upon how advanced this is also RIP, but Fendel investigated the Hound King's. Well, we would guess that now, obviously, the black sort of necromantic sludge that was animating the stuff. They exhibit a level of like not individuality, but they're a lot more complex. He seems like a very skilled necromancer, so if it helps for your strategy at all, it you would probably lean towards his undead probably wouldn't drop dead. Maybe the wolf skeletons at the best, but his charnel hound can operate on its own to come to you and speak coherently. And he has some sort of grave hound, werewolf, ghoul monstrosity. So he has, he's a scientist with stuff.
Yeah. So what I'm like about the drawback both have is uh, I'm not comfortable with giving them a living being to torment. Especially since the difference is Fort Fairhollow is not a big place. How many inhabitants does it have? Like, I don't know.
Not a lot. Well,
Not
Brother
a lot, like,
Anton has no intention on following through with either deal. To
yeah,
put that out
Yeah.
there.
definitely.
Same with Mulia.
Definitely.
I do not plan to take any deal. I did not come here to make deals with hags or necromancers. I came here to find the assistance of a god. A kind god. As far as I'm
God.
concerned, when we return, I'm going to the library and I'm going to search every bit of lore that they have for any answer, any knowledge of a weapon or something that could give us aid. I will not partake in anything with these creatures. I'm sorry, guys. I had
You're
this
all good.
sore throat for a while.
I think as you say that, the sound of the screaming from the male slave stops, and it's silent for about 30 seconds before you see the heavy wood doors open back up, and you see Granny Moggie, the three mother, walk back out. She has a handkerchief and she's dabbing her mouth, and you see she's hiding the other side of it, but there's clearly blood on the other side of the handkerchief, and she says, "I apologize. It is not proper etiquette to leave guests unattended for so long. I see you have not helped yourself to any of the accoutrements. That is the correct word, yes?"
Who knows?
Thank you, my lady. We've just partaken of food and drink. We keep ourselves we keep ourselves uh, pure while on missions such as this. If we may take your leave, we will go back to our people and make a decision very soon.
I apologize for possibly intruding, but she pours tea into a goblet made of like a cracked skull that's been covered in melted gold, and she has her pinky like way too extended and like unnatural stiffness, and she's like, "You all seem troubled. You weep for a single infant, but you misunderstand my grace. We do not steal, my sweet poppets. We elevate. We offer ascension. The daughter you give will be remade in our glorious image, spared the dull, fleeting existence of mortal rot. Is it not a kindness to take a fragile thing and forge it into perfection? And should you require assistance, there are many ways to trick the minds of the generous parents that will give of one child. I assume, as I said, that dog lord gave a proposition that would stir your people into quite the frenzy. 7 years is not 7 years is quite some time. Only one child within that span. And your civilization would be wiser than not.
You speak of my kind, mortals, so lowly. I do not see them as broken or ugly because we live short lives. If anything, that makes them far more interesting, because we don't get the long lives that you do, and yet we still make great contributions to the world. Furthermore, you all are hideous and evil and disgusting. I've read many a book about you, and I can honestly say none of them live up to the real image, describing just how hideous and awful that you really are.
As
We'll
you're
take a
saying
leap.
that, I'm shifting uncomfortably, pulling my weapon a little bit closer, and I'm looking around the room.
On
Forgive
another
my
note.
forgive him, milady, for
I
he
wish
has
for no forgiveness.
spoken out of turn. He will be dealt with when we return. And again, I bid you well, and please allow us to leave so that we may convince the people in our hometowns of your kind offering to elevate our kind. Again, we thank you for this time, and I try to usher everyone out of there before they kill us.
No, they can't attack you.
They can't.
Yeah.
They can't
Oh,
do
they
so.
can't attack
She's
us.
That's why
smiling.
I'm being so bold, is because I can't be
Gotcha,
killed right
gotcha.
now.
I'm getting worried that they can't. Yeah.
The only thing they would respond with, they would obviously start letting you leave, but you see the other two heads are clearly like restraining them. They're like a lot more strategic and stuff. Um, they just smile at you with this like unnerving, still smile as you say it. But the bestial head, is just like, you speak to me of hideousness, of savagery. We tore the fourth head from this very neck because it reeked too much of our mindless father, Yunagu. I severed that Knoll Prince's taint from our flesh so we could rule. You know not of hideousness.
You severed a head? Huh. Well, I guess that's one of 4 that you should have.
You speak of hideous. You don't even know what hideous means, lady. As Flinnerkin pulls off his hood and basically contorts his
I
face.
thought you were going to show their reflection in the mirror.
Oh shit, I should, but that would be an act of war, which I can't do because I'm forced to be friendly.
So they can't attack us, just to be clear, right? No matter what we do.
As
Okay.
long as we
No.
we don't attack them first,
We
because we
can't
have some
attack them
sort
either.
of we have like a
Oh.
protective like object with us that's protecting us.
Yeah, I mean,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
the only other one that would be like responding to, like, obviously, Flinger, can you remove your hood? They clearly look like disgusted by your appearance and everything, and they start like, arranging their most beautiful sort of like silverware on the table and stuff. They like pull it closer to them and stuff like that. But they would really just be, you guys walk out, and she's just yelling at you guys down the hallway, the bestial head and stuff like that. It would be something like, like, you wring your hands over one pathetic mewling infant. I will succeed where my foolish mother failed. And she's like, I will take your weak, fragile daughters and I carve away their frailty and I forge them into matron. Like, you leave after that.
You say that we would do this over a weak, fragile infant. But it appears that it has angered you so. As far as I'm concerned, this is the greatest insult that we could give you.
Have my arm around you, shoulder wise, and I'm forcing you out of this area.
Yeah.
I'm really
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only one that seemed to like you
pull
was the,
ourselves out of there. And I
Yeah.
apologize when we
Understand
get
your
out of there.
anger.
Apologize to the rest and say we have to pretend to get along with them before we kill them.
I have such a great idea. What if we turn the heads on each other? Because they don't seem to be getting along too well.
the
Yeah,
maiden
it
seems
doesn't
to,
seem very hard to do.
Yeah, they bicker a lot. The only one that seemed to like really like you was the Maidenhead, and it seems like she's like the leader of sorts and everything, the more like classy one. But yeah, I mean, you guys make your way. The maiden would give you like another like effigy and stuff like that to return. She seems like she's more interested. Like you guys provided a lot of entertainment for her and everything, so she's a lot. She's the one of the only ones that you didn't piss off. I mean to say.
The challenge would be separating them to be able to convince one of them.
Oh yeah, your Cowan, just as a note, you guys leave. Your wand would have been going ballistic because that's like the vision you saw. Your vision would clear up. Is like the last vision you got from your wand was him battling four hags shrouded in shadow. Their
Yep.
forms would clear up, and you would see, yeah, like he battled the four daughters back when they were separate, and for whatever reason, they're fused together now.
And I wish I had asked earlier about that.
You could, I mean, if you want to. I know we're getting into the end of the session, so I'm pretty sure. The discussion will probably be.
I kind of wish I had raised my wand towards them just to see their reaction.
Oh my god, I have such a good idea. Oh my god.
If you have anything you want to say to them, the leader of them is willing to still talk. So I'm fine if you want.
No, I'm not gonna talk to them.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna talk to them. I'm gonna talk to the party afterwards.
Okay. Well, yeah, you guys crushed the glass pedal, and you are back at your at the Temple of Madeera.
All right. I've got an idea how to deal with the hag, the three-headed hag. My staff lets me project a swarm of dissonant, haunting voices, right? And I assume they kind of count as like three different people on the same torso, right?
Yeah, they all share one body. They all share one bloated body. Yeah.
They just share a body, but they're like three distinct people, right?
In what sense do you mean?
Like personality, mentally.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Three people. They just share the same torso. So I could project my swarm of voices onto them, and they would all have to do a wisdom check. And if one of them fails, or two, they would start bickering way more. It would probably cause some chaos with that body. Right, with the staff benefit. Could probably force multiple checks, and the more checks you have to do, the higher the chance they fail, right?
Yeah.
So mathematically,
They clearly have like
That's assuming though that they're not like a legendary, which they're probably a legendary creature of some
I
sort.
mean, obviously they
this will be a
are.
big boss fight either way.
Yeah.
They clearly still have the same goals in mind. As like the maiden would have been like really just trying to convince you all the entire time. Like, why lie in the mud with the dogs, my sweet poppets? Like, you all don't have to be the heavy-hearted hero. She would have been trying to convince you. So it's like they have a common agenda, but they bicker over how to get to that in particular. I mean, you could put them against each other. Yeah,
I could pit them against each other.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just saying,
like put doubt into them, like
yeah,
make them think, one, because they have the same agenda, but I could put into the maiden's head that, I don't know, the crone wants to overtake her and be the leader, and so on and so forth, right? And the I don't know, the mother wants to get rid of the crone, and stuff like that.
Well, if there's time, do you guys want to talk amongst yourselves to finally nail down a decision on it? Because you'll have to, whichever deal you make, you'll have to. We don't have to do another RP scene, but you would return to like form the deal and stuff like that. You know, like handshake, that sort of thing. Like we will ally with you and stuff.
I think once we got back, Colin would kind of come off a high of rage a little bit, and he would start apologizing. Sorry.
And
It's
Mulia would also apologize back to you, Colvin, for having to treat her friends in that way, to keep
no,
up appearances with them.
you were fine. That was the right move. I'm sorry. I just I know what they do to children, and to aid them in that, I cannot abide by that. It's too evil. And
I felt how you felt. Thinking
Edrin
about
asked us
giving
to protect
children.
his flock.
I'm on Calvin's side here completely. I mean, yeah, the Necromancer is evil and he wants some corpses, but I'd rather, like, even if we were to go through with the deal, which we aren't, right? We're not gonna honor it. Even if it's...
Okay, so
Yeah, what?
you would have to honor it a little bit. Like this, so I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like, not from like
Yeah.
not from like a railroady DM perspective, but this is a grim, dark sort of world. They would be idiots to like give you the
This
help
is a
first.
magically binding contract.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
but they also
we'd have
will
to.
have to abide by it. But there's also the deal where it's like other. I'm just chiming in because this is what I'm trying to like summarize what other leaders would say in your discussions. That the thing to weigh at that point is that if you have to go through on your side of the deal just once before you try to kill them and shit,
Yeah.
you have to you have to consider like, is there going to be a fort still around? It's like you have to deal with like the public, what their perception of like what you're going to have to do and shit.
I know.
Because the first day, you know, you get back to Fort Fairhollow, you'll have an army with you, but the first thing they're going to do is take their first tithe of the dead. Versus Granny Moggie's forces will probably like, you know, magic, you know, not mind control, but magic put, you know, some parents to sleep and take one female child or just
And we don't have an option C in all of this.
the option C is venturing out and taking a chance on maybe finding a settlement within time to get back in time to defend the fort.
So I have a quick question about the tenets of the deal, right? So if they make the deal with the individual, with the person, like say if they made a deal with Mulia, and if Mulia got killed in the final battle, does the deal still stand?
The deal would still stand because the subject that's benefiting from the deal would be like the fort and stuff. If you, I get what you're saying. Like if you were to die, the deal wouldn't automatically like not go through.
Yeah. You
That
would
would
make
be
the
the
deal
case.
in the name of
The hag
the fort.
that's controlling the
But
deal.
what if
right?
we word it carefully and make them think they're making the deal with the fort, but they're only making the deal with the person?
They're hags.
That's a risky one for both of them because they're both intelligent enemies and stuff, or
Fair enough,
intelligent entities, and
They read the fine print.
Now, we can't convince the Temple of Madeera to do anything. Like, we can't say, like, hey, well, can you teleport the people of Fort Fairhollow here or something?
that's like it's some insane magic. That would be something like, you know,
Or have them go there. I don't know.
that's like a max level wizard. Multiple max level wizards get
Isn't
together
that old guy's a max level wizard, it seems like.
He's what level is he?
I think
He's level
probably
4
priest.
or level 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Weakling.
He's like 80 something years old. So I mean, you know, it's like the best he can do is like if you guys decide to do option C, he can send you out of here at the cost of his own life with a ritual that he knows. But that's like the option C where you're like, we'll take our chances trying to find aid and then get back in time.
I don't like that.
Because Granny Moggie was saying something along the lines of like, you could take the deal from the dog and everything, but what are the people going to say? And then, like, you know, if he's so obsessed with the numbers, what stops him? Like, what gives him incentive in defending your people during the fight? Because then that's more dead for him.
I think that my
That is a good
character can't make this choice. He just can't. So he will honestly want to ask the rest of the caravan what they would want to do. being that we have the knowledge. That's
Okay, all right.
definitely like
Alwyn is 1000% convinced that this is not the way to go. He is going
Yeah,
to search out a third option. Within
my character would not be able to go through with this morally. Just his nature. He can't. He
Yeah, no,
can't
that's understandable.
willingly give up the dead of friends and family and children to a necromancer to use as puppets, and he can't willingly give the lives of innocent children to hags, being that
All
he's
right.
a priest.
If Brother Anton says that, well, what would you say about the corpses of criminals, ne'er-do-weller, ne'er-do-gooders?
That he could ne'er-do-wells. That he could
Ne'er-do-wells.
probably stomach, and like the bodies of like enemies that we kill. Like if
Yeah,
we
so
somehow kill Karath Scourge and give them to him.
I would have said like, those dirty pirates from the north.
They're not all pirates though. That was just,
yeah,
that was
well,
a generalization by S.O.C.
Yeah, I didn't want to
Yeah.
get I didn't want to get the full lord out. They're like
No, but there's
Yeah.
like slavers and stuff,
There probably are, yeah.
So we could probably make, get some of those people, bait them into some gorge, get them killed by the undead. That's our payment.
Yeah.
And he's happy, we're happy. He's gonna help us with the dragon, and that's that.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Because I don't want to, it's gonna be bad for morale for Fort Fairhollow, obviously, if we give them anything, and I'd like to keep Fort Fairhollow on high spirits, right? Because I don't agree with I'd rather give them the dead from Fort Fairhollow than the child, to be honest, because the dead are already dead. Giving them a child that's like gonna be eaten alive and turned into one of those monstrosities that speak in tongues and
Well, that's what I was asking earlier. Are we chaining their soul to this, or is their corpse a puppet?
I think
well,
most necromancy is.
We could
but
ask
it's
the
so
old mage
foul.
man.
As a priest, to me, that's like horrible.
Yeah, of course it's
it
horrible.
depends on the undead. Sometimes some undead have remnants of their souls. It depends on the type. You would
Usually
guess
the
maybe
more powerful the undead.
Yeah, like the charnel hound one. That's evidence of a very like skilled necromancer that has a consciousness of its own. So it probably has maybe an amalgamation of souls and stuff like that. He probably has his more advanced undead with their souls somewhat intact and everything.
If Colin thinks it's a possibility, then no, he's not going to do that to Fendel. He's not going to do that to Edrin. He's not going to do that to any of the people of Fort Fairhollow.
That's what I'm saying.
Would you have gotten any of the leaders in on the discussion, like Captain Knuckle and
Well,
Ash?
I would want to ask everybody in the caravan, like,
Yeah.
what do you think
I'll ask the boy.
You can't.
Yeah, I don't think Wilbur is gonna be fit for this discussion.
Right, he's a man now.
Ash had the dwarven sword. I'll just put him on the map. I don't think did I switch you guys back? Yeah.
So I have a question for Jonathan here. This is all above table. The game's over, right? So narratively, because you've set us up with a moral dilemma.
Yeah.
Are you allowing us to find avenues outside of the as Calvin would suggest, or are you really wanting us to work within the parameters of the moral dilemma?
No, this is so out of game. This is like up to you guys and what you do, because you could do option C where Kingsley sends you guys can send you guys out of the shatter and stuff to go look for an option C. I'm just giving like this is just like the logistical. It's like how when there was like the Civil War with the caravan split and stuff.
I think like a third option would be he sends us out. Is he sending us back to Fort Fairhollow or somewhere further than that?
He's making it so you can exit the shatter in general, like this area of the shatter specifically.
Well, I mean, we don't even really know what's happening over there.
That's
Fort
why
Fairhollow could be destroyed already.
That's why That's why he ushered you. He kind of like urged you guys to talk with both leaders and stuff, because at the end of the day, both of them are still like obviously an issue with the corruption that they exude and all that stuff. But also he's like logistically speaking, this isn't. Once again, this is not me wanting to enforce a certain outcome. I'm just saying logistically what the situation is. Uh,
No, not that you want to enforce it, but you have a plan
yeah, this
narratively
is
for
just.
where the
I mean, this
story
is
is
a
going,
moral
right?
dilemma
Yeah.
for sure because this is a
Yeah.
grimdark type of situation you will run into where it's like, do you want to become monsters? You want to do you want
Yes.
the fort to survive 100%, but you make a monstrous decision versus option C. You can still maintain your morals and stuff like that, but
The fort may not survive.
you don't know how long it's going to take for you to get to Tempest Home if that's your destination, and then how long it's going to take to procure aid and then get back with that aid with
Mm.
you. And that's not me saying an outcome I want. That's just logistically what is the situation because you're on like the
And that's my
frontier.
question, right? The
Yeah.
narrative itself sets us up where we have fewer choices.
This
And
is the
Yeah,
tough part
like,
about living in the Seven
wo-
Empires, really.
Yeah.
would the two parties even be open to any other negotiations except for their exact terms?
You could tweak it a little bit. Like Granny Moggie retroactively would maybe let the time extend. One child doesn't even have to be female. She'll like relent on one child every 10 years. She'll stretch it to maybe 12 at the most, but there's going to be a down payment, obviously. There's going to
I'm
be
not
one.
interested in talking to the witches.
Oh, the Hound King.
Straight up, yeah,
The
the
Hound
Hound
King is
King.
kind of straight up. Unless you can offer him consistent dead bodies, that's the deal. Is that you
Consistent
provide him
dead
tithes.
bodies.
You
has
provide
to be
him tithes.
consistent, yeah.
It's the dead that fall in the battle, and then basically the people of Fairhollow and shit. When they die, you hand their corpses over to his forces when they come for the tithes. Both of them are going to take a down payment though for their end of the deal first, because they're sending an entire army to your. I'm not saying this is a good situation. I'm just saying it about the table. This is.
I mean, I'd rather
Acknowledging
take my
it's fucked.
chances
No, I mean
just
that
fighting the
this is-
dragon myself at this point. Hand to hand,
Because they
face
have
to
the military
face.
might to defend against the dragon and reliably protect Fort Fairhollow, but obviously it's like this is a very morally
It's
shitty situation.
So what does Asshead and Knucklehead say?
Ashat being the more pragmatic one, he would say something along the lines. This is I'm getting kind of scarred because I'm getting flashbacks, so I don't want people to think that I'm putting my Jonathan's opinion in here. This is Ashat. If Granny Moggie is agreeing to a deal where like her matrons that clearly have magic can put the parents to sleep, as long as there's no bloodshed, he would see the fact that the public wouldn't even know about one child. Because imagine like how many people die in the Seven Empires. He has a grimace on his face because he doesn't like this at all, either situation. But he's like, as far as guarantees goes, as long as the fort never finds out about one child going missing every 7, 10, 15 years, it would go without you even have to you having to say anything versus the Hound King taking dead.
They're gonna eat the child, right?
Yes.
Okay, I have the biggest idea. I have a great idea.
Captain Knuckle, before you say your thing, Captain Knuckle would probably say something along the lines of like, he would prefer option C, but as far as the logistical captain in him, he knows that probably means the fort is gone.
What about
he would pick like the Hound King in his opinion because he doesn't want the living.
Yeah.
They're both kind of split. Ashat would prefer Granny Moggie, and Captain Knuckle would prefer the Hound King.
Oh yeah, so they're of no use. But now that I'm sure they're gonna eat the kid, what if we listen to this? What if we feed the child, or like fill the child with the potion of forgetfulness so they forget about the deal? Bam! Only one child.
Is Flinderkin actually saying this?
Not a bad idea, to be quite honest. I didn't think about that.
It's not a bad idea, but like it's messed up that if we have to give them a child, I'd rather take the Necromancer and give them corpses. But that's like, if you were pragmatic about it, it would probably work.
No.
Yeah,
The answer is no.
out of character, it would definitely be a good idea.
Out of character would be a fucking great idea.
Ash Hat would kind of get fed up and like look at you and is like, once again, this is not Jonathan. Ash Hat would kind of like bat his hand against the table. He looks pained about this situation. Like he's pragmatic, but I don't want you to think he's heartless. He's just like,
Yeah.
You care about the people of the fort, right? We either go march out into bumfuck nowhere for however long, come back to the fort in splinters, then what? Now we feel good about ourselves. This world is fucked, all right? I'm not gonna go bashing heads or anything with what you guys decide. You guys have been the most experienced so far, but fuck,
I have a
I gotta
question.
think.
The hags have already been claiming children in this area, right?
they've
Because
been.
they obviously have slaves and all of that in that space, right?
I'll just say you would have if you would have like retroactively asked during the conversation and stuff because we had to obviously speed run. She would have answered her first option. That's like the last option if she's like desperate for forces, but she has enough settlements within the Shatter that have like tributes with deals with her that she can reliably get like children and stuff. Now that doesn't mean like long term eventually because her forces battle demons and the Hound King's forces day in and day out. So, you obviously never know. But at least like the deal that she makes. She can't after she makes the deal say, "Oh yeah, now it's going to be 2 children every 3 years." She can't change that because then Fae can't change their deals or else they'll like physically deteriorate basically.
But what happens then if we break our deal with the Fae? I don't know the lore here, so if you can help me understand.
They would know immediately. There's not anything. The only time something bad would happen to you is if you were in the Feywild when you broke a deal. But if you just broke a deal when you're like obviously in the material plane at your at Fort Fairhollow, she would just know instantly that like let's say like
But what would they do? What would their retribution be?
they probably wouldn't be happy. That's why when I think Anthony was the one to say where it was like this is probably a situation where they're going to be the one you ally with is probably going to become an enemy later, but
yeah,
dealing with an enemy later is like obviously like better than
I mean, would they if we break the deal with them, they'd come after us, not the kids, right? Would they go off then go ahead and take the kids? They can't do that, right? If we break the deal with them. Like
they can't.
They're not quite like how like a devil would be more like they would come after us, but a hag, because they're not like bound via contract. They more so like grant wishes and things like that. So they would do something in retaliation, like take all the children and eat all of them or something.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
Like that.
It's hard to know, but one thing for sure.
I'm curious to understand that a little better.
As long as the deal
is more of a contract that you put your soul on the line for, where it's like if you break it, then it only affects you. If you're like, I promise to be like this, and this, so you make me the greatest warrior that's ever lived, and then they say, oh, you have to do this, and you go, no, I'm not doing that, and then they just take your soul.
That's not what this situation is. She would just know if you broke the deal. Like let's say
they're like omnipotent in that aspect when they.
Right.
The matron warriors come to Fort Fairhollow for their tribute. You either kill them or drive them away or something like that, or like say no. Then she would know and probably retaliate, but she can't do anything bad to you while the deal is in place. At least in the sense of like, unless you do something to her. It's like the effigy sort
But they enjoy suffering, so they might not even do anything to us. They would probably do something to the fort.
Yeah, but even if we don't make a deal with them, they could feasibly do it to the fort anyway. That's my point.
They didn't strike you as the type to go out. Like I said, they have multiple settlements that have tribute deals with them. If you piss her off, then yeah, like she would be. If you like make a deal and then break it, then yeah, then she would be pissed off. But it's not like.
I guess they're
more petty.
They like to drag stuff out.
I'm just trying to assure. I feel like I might be getting the wrong idea of what you're implying, Mulia.
Mm-hmm. I'm just
Are you
trying to
s-
understand how the deals work to try to still trying to figure a way around it. That's why.
Yeah.
They basically take like petty revenge on
Mm.
you. They know that you broke the deal, and then they're gonna come after you at some point.
But that's also why both leaders were like, I think both leaders would be conscious of that since they both offered you a deal and everything, that it's safe to say that if you ally with one of them, the other one would be
Pissed
a,
off.
a little bit upset. So
Yeah.
that's why both of them are offering to send a frontal assault as like a distraction to allow you to go directly kill them. So that way that's not like a future issue for
Mhm.
them and your fort.
Yeah, but I guess my other concern is what's to stop any of them in the long term, right? Deal or no deal to do exactly what they want to do. What's to stop the hags from eventually if their tributes go away to come and take kids from Fort Hollow? What's to stop the Hound King from taking the souls of Fort Hollow?
Yeah, that's why Kingsley said that one of them at least has to go. For the hags in particular, if they have the deal active, then they can't do anything. The Hound King, that one is, this is the dilemma also with living in the Seven Empires. Like this is, you're not the only settlement for sure that has like to deal with this situation where it's like there's monsters around every corner, that sort of thing. So it's like long
Sure, yeah.
term, yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I'm wondering about that, right? Because we
We're
can have our
also
moral
kind
high
of,
ground, but we're fucked no matter what we do.
Mhm. I
I
think
think
we're far enough away though that like
it
they would
wouldn't
have
be like,
already done something
yeah, it
if they
wouldn't be
were
like
going
next
to.
day. Yeah, it wouldn't be like next day before you guys get back. Their forces are already there raising the town and everything. Like, no, it would be,
Yeah.
yeah. If you took option C, I mean, like you didn't take a deal with either of them. There's still a threat that's out there, but there's not like,
What if we talk to the Frost Dragon?
that's, you read lore about dragons, frost dragons or white dragons in particular, um, are the most bestial out of all of them. Like they don't talk to people. They're the dragons that will act like animals most of the time. They're like the dumbest out of all the chromatic
Ah,
dragons.
that sucks.
I think once Ash Hat like said his piece, I would throw my book onto the table,
Hmm.
and I would shout at him. I'd say, "You think that I don't care? Well, you're at the Rusty Lantern, getting drunk every night. I am out talking to everybody in the town. I know everybody's faces. I knew Edrin. I knew all of the kids there, and I knew all of their parents too. I care about every single one of them, living and dead. So no, I'm not going to make a deal with a hag to feed one of Edrin's kids to her. And I'm not going to give over Findle and Edrin's body to some necromancer for them to be his plaything.
Ash Hat would kind of like, he's trying to calm you down, which is uncharacteristic of like him and stuff. He's like, listen, kid, like I said, I'm not saying I. This is a fucked situation regardless. We were fucked once the dragon got his sights on the fort. I'm just trying
Of
to
course
figure
we
out a
are.
way that this place doesn't get turned into splinters and ice. What's the
I don't know
alternative? We go out with our heads held high to find what? How long are we going to be out
anything.
there?
All right, fine. We take one of the deals. Are you going to hand deliver Edrin to her, to the Hound King? Why don't you go talk to Wilbur
I didn't
and
say I
ask him
wanted to.
which of his friends you want to deliver to the hag? You do it.
We don't have to tell the lad. That's the point. That's why I'm saying about Granny Moogie or whatever the fuck her name was. I'm just saying the fact that I'm thinking about keeping the fort as a settlement in the first place. We start taking people out of graveyards, they're going to be bashing us over the head before we can get them out the gate.
Take a vote with the rest of the people in the caravan and just see what the group consensus is. Until we come to an agreement, we will think of another plan. Option C is saying that we've done all of this and come all of this way for naught. And we go back and we evacuate the fort and leave. And I don't even know if we can make it back there in time. I don't know what other option we have.
Option C is not an option at all, I think.
This is also the
Assuming
dilemma.
people want to leave their homes, their livelihood.
That's why I'm saying I'd rather
Because the dragon is
sacrifice
coming
some.
regardless of like what you guys pick. That's like the issue.
I think we do like a democratic vote, and we get every person in the caravan to vote, and then like we look at the outcome, and then we make a decision based on that.
Okay.
As like what seems like the least bad thing out of the two.
Let me see.
The train's going down the tracks.
No,
It's
I was
this person, or this
I promise
person.
you, I've been anticipating this discussion for like I think it's been since before we started the thing, because this is what initially like an idea I
think
had for
just
the thing is that
doing it this way, my character would feel less bad about it, being that like he and us like four solely are not being like the deciders of everybody's like outcome. Essentially, I'd rather take a vote basically. Still, he doesn't want to do this. He'd rather like pray for divine intervention somehow.
Yeah. So there's 44 total. There's 25 guards and 19 citizens with you. Let me see here. So
I would imagine we would mention this stuff. Everybody would freak out, start yelling,
fighting, that's like the time lapse of that. Like there's definitely a fight that's had before people have to calm down.
Damn it.
People only calm down due to exhaustion from the journey and also emotional, mental exhaustion from you've already traveled so far.
Because this is a horrible situation. Now they know that like these are the only two options currently.
And I'll say before I make this roll, because I think what I'll just do is I'll roll a D44 sounds so heinous, but that's how many people are in the caravan. So I think that's how I'll see how many people vote for what. Flindrican, you would have on the note of you like searching around about like for lore and everything in the Temple of Madeera. Even if you were to or were not to go through with this decision, making a monstrous decision is you would be one of like basically joining the club. All of the seven empires from what you've read are just like these like rotting sort of empires that are just like staving back the Shadowdark and the beasts and stuff. And all of them have become basically like
shadows of their former self.
Yeah, literally shadows of their former selves. Whereas like the only big empires that are around right now are all individually monsters.
No.
So this is like a state of the world. Like the one of the seven empires. It's rough to say the least. But I'll roll. So this one will be for Granny Moggie.
This your
you rolling a D7?
Lord of the Rings dice.
I'm gonna use. I don't have a D44, unfortunately. I was gonna roll it on
a D44. You just roll 2D4s, and then those two numbers that you roll is what the number is.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But you can't roll. It's 11 or 44. Like the lowest is 11, the highest is 44.
The lowest is 11, you said?
Yeah, because you'd have to roll
44.
Ones. Yeah,
okay.
So you roll 2 ones, that would mean 11. So you roll a 4 and a 1, that's 41.
I'm so glad I don't have to make these kinds of choices in my real life.
Yeah.
So far.
If I lived
That's why my character wants to do it with everybody.
If me, Jonathan, lived in the Seven Empires and I'm in this situation, I'm jumping off of the Temple of Madeira. That's this is fuck. But all right, so a 44.
So that first 2d4 you rolled, that would be 41, not 4 plus 1. That would be 41. That's
41.
Like a d66 would be 2d6s, and you're literally taking the two numbers that you
I see what you're saying.
Value.
Okay. So I guess the first
you
would be
can
41,
roll
then,
like
right?
that in the Discord dice.
I've never rolled like this before, so I guess
you can also just roll it like this.
You do /R. Roll.
It works too.
D44.
By the way.
Yeah, I just rolled. Oh yeah, you can do that too.
Okay.
You just have to roll it manually.
All right. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do originally. Granny Moggie.
21. That's a very close one. Jeez.
Our votes may be the separating factor. Our
That's what I'm
personal votes,
hoping.
yeah.
That's what I'm hoping doesn't happen.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's realistic in terms of people pushed like back into a corner. They're thinking about Fort Fairhollow existing as a future. With 42, like that's giving up a child while not having anybody in the fort know. There's like unless the only way this goes wrong is if somebody says something about it. Uh
It's just going to
versus
be a secret thing.
versus you having to
That's
convince the entire fort. Like it's not going to be easy either way, obviously. There's no good choice, but the Hound King's probably more predictable since he's not like a three-headed hag. But in terms of like morale of the city, I think most people would find it hard to like they're like shit, even if I have to take part in this deal, at least like let me be the one that's like mind wiped or something like that so I don't have to fucking acknowledge this and everything. There would be like a husband talking about like how am I going to tell my wife that I have to take her father out of the ground.
Well, do we know what kind of spirituality they have? Do they feel that there's the body is still tied to a soul, like some
Yeah, I
Taoist?
say most people believe in the Four Lords. The Four Lords are Saint Tyragnis, Madeira the Covenant, Geed, Orge, and stuff.
Yeah.
Said the most popular god, since Fort Farlow is mostly a human settlement, is Saint Tyragnis.
But we don't know. I mean, the Shadowdark doesn't give us any lore about, you know, what people believe, how people believe in this, what the souls do, right? Are the souls tied to the
Oh yeah, I've
body?
thought about this sort of stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So it depends upon the faith. Like people that worship Madeira for reference, there'll be a couple that are living Fort Farlow that worship Madeira. Um, they believe in things like burial rites. Those are what like rituals and stuff like that are what preserves and it lets the soul pass on and everything. Versus people like that worship Saint Seragnis are a lot more not emotional, but are all about the body being like desecrated will taint the soul. It's like they if I were to explain, Madeira worshippers kind of see the soul as separate from the body, especially after death, as long as you do the proper burial rites when they die. Versus people of Saint Tyragnis, which are like I think the majority of the people in the fort, um, believe that even dead, the deceased still has a link to its soul and stuff. So like that's why
That
people were
makes
like
sense.
that's why another reason along with the fact that they're dead bodies, that's why people hate necromancers so much too, is just because they literally physically believe that you're like denying somebody their afterlife.
so what the majority said the hag was
Yeah,
the lesser of the two evils.
just based on the sole fact that they wouldn't have to know about it because it's like if you restructure for once every 10 years, then that's one child missing every 10 years in a world where people die and go missing all the time from monsters.
You all are cowards.
Well, then we will make it our mission to kill the hags before they do any of that. Once, of course, we get rid of the dragon.
I don't want to make it seem like the people aren't, like I said, you had to, like, they were fighting each other at first. You had to calm them down and everything. So they're like, this is across the board,
I
everybody's
think
just
it
like,
makes the most sense because it definitely, at face value, seems like the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, it buys us time to do what we need to do.
It's less mentally destructive to a populace as well.
it's like a video game. It's like the Granny Moggie is the less damaging deal, like in terms of the entire fort, but she's a more unstable like leader you're dealing with versus the Hound King is a lot more predictable, but his deal is a lot more monstrous on the front, which honestly reflects their characters and stuff.
I think Brother Anton would then look at Calwyn and then he would confide in Calwyn, being that Calwyn's very angry at everything that's going on, and he promises to him that he will figure out a way to make
Break
this
the
right
deal.
or die trying. In the name of
Saint Aragnos.
Findal, in the name of
Yeah.
Saint Taragnus, in the name of everyone that he's ever known and loved, that he will try his damnedest to do what's best for the sake of the crowd right now, and then try to find a way out of this later.
Alright.
It's the only it's the only thing that's virtually possible right now for everybody.
Yeah.
Could we in theory, or like, would they accept if we were to choose which child they take?
Yeah. All she did was
eugenics with children.
Yeah, all she did was like was offer like
and-
I can sweeten the deal for you about like having one of my matrons put the parent or something like
'Cause-
that to sleep, so they
yeah.
won't even know that they're
Yeah,
or
that's-
like
that's all
change
fine.
their mind, so they won't even know that the fucking kid is gone in the first place.
That's fine. That's all good. But Flinderkin would be the one that actually takes this sin upon himself, because I'm pretty sure like Brother Anton and Mulia and Kelwyn couldn't bring it over their own heart.
Well, Mulia's an assassin, so she's a little darker than the rest of them.
Yeah,
I
but
think, too, we
would she
hear
be
your
willing to
plan.
choose a child?
If you had that
If
plan
she had
about
to, I think. Yeah.
the forgetfulness potion too, that's an
Yeah.
option that
Yeah.
he's
That-
considering.
But
That's the
can,
plan. That's why I want to choose the child.
can we not make a deal with them that's where we
I
say,
don't think choosing a child's
um,
going to matter. They're all
yeah.
babies.
Yeah, but that's the reason. Because you can choose beforehand to give them the potion, and then they will come and collect the child.
Oh,
And
yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
So I don't have to give it to because they're gonna show up and collect some random child, right? And it would be more difficult to prepare all that.
Could we not though tell the hags that we need to kill the dragon and get overcome everything first, and then we'll wait 7 years to give them the child? That'd be the
They
first
said
time.
no.
Well, I mean that would be like even at like I'm not even trying to metagame this shit.
'Cause there's, like,
they
nothing
would
in
be
it for them
dumb.
at that
They would be
point.
extremely dumb
Yeah.
to
Oh, we wait.
sacrifice lives in the fight against the dragon for a payment they haven't even gotten yet. It's like
But
if someone.
But then we're also doing the same to them, right? We're giving them a payment before they've done what they've done. So at least if they kill the dragon first, we don't have to wait the 7 years. We give them the child then, and that's when we can make our move. Before
Yeah,
we
that's
give-
why in particular they are doing the Fey deal sort of aspect to it, because yeah, there's like that's the obvious trade-off as well, where it's like, yeah, what if we just give them their payment and then they just fuck off. The Fey deal would lock them into having to fulfill their side of the contract. The only time they can take action outside of it is if you guys were to renege on your ties or your deal. Then after that they can be like, okay, yeah, then open season. But it seems like they're not just too keen to just march upon a city and forcibly take what they desire, considering they already are like at war with multiple different factions.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't think
There's definitely
there's no happy
options.
ending currently.
There's options, but there's no clean options for sure.
Yeah,
This
I
is the
think
Seven Empires.
this is the best option because we have the best chance of making the plan backfire on them, because we can't put a forgetfulness potion in a corpse and then like the necromancer forget that we made the deal. But I don't think Brother Anton wants to participate in choosing a child to do that.
That's why Flinderkin is offering, because
Yeah.
he doesn't have like the same moral.
He really feels like he needs to die because he feels like
Yeah.
he's sinned so much at this point. His only
Exactly.
option is dying in combat to protect somebody. But that's why
At
he's
that
confiding in Calwyn as well. He understands like Calwyn's gripe as much as he has the same gripes. It's just like
And, we're not just giving up a child to die. We are participating in the creation of another hag, who will then go on and torment and kill more people.
Well, a matron warrior specifically, but yeah, that statement still stands. They would be morphed into a matron warrior. Those like
I know.
feline Fey.
I know
We can't
this.
do this.
I don't know.
I'd rather
that
we just
have a
march on them
choice.
and kill them.
March on who?
Any of them.
You think we could take on an entire city? There's just the four of us?
No, I don't.
And then
But
we
I can't live with
die.
myself if we take this deal.
If we die doing that, then everybody dies because they have no leadership. What choice do we have? I don't want to give the bodies of our friends away to be turned into corpses that can then go on to kill innocent people. Just as much as I would rather not allow a child to turn into a hag, but making one hag versus an army of the dead made from our own friends. You have to weigh the options, and that seems like the best choice right now. And with Flindrikin's idea of putting this potion within one of these children, there's a possibility that we can make the hags forget that they made this deal once they kill this dragon.
If the deal is magically binding, what's gonna prevent?
I don't think it's magically binding. I think it's just their will. That they are just offering protection like a mafia. And in turn, we pay them, and the payment is unfortunately a human child.
You
But
know,
in this instance,
We got here. We just got here, Anton. We haven't even had time to look at any other options.
we could ask the Temple of Madeera if they could sally out with us, but I don't think they will.
they could send. They have like 30 guards, I think I said. They could send out, or like they already said, regardless of Kingsley says, regardless of what you guys pick, and Seraph would assure you guys as well that like they can't send all of the guards they have. All of the guards they have because that would leave their temple unguarded. They can send like 15 of the guards to Fort Fairhollow to help assist in everything. Possibly maybe even like 17.
The only other option
yeah.
we have is leaving and then evacuating the fort. And who's to say that the fort is still standing by the time we get back?
There's also the caveat Captain Knuckle would bring it up. I think Captain Knuckle, which might be the most surprising considering he served with the Korath Scourge, he throws up, I think, at a certain point. And it's just like he's thinking heavily about, well, like you said, Cowan, just evacuating the town, but then he's like mumbling logistics to himself. Like, can a town's worth of people move faster than a dragon in the sky?
I don't think they can. And that's to say, the amount of lives would be putting at risk, leaving the safety of walls, moving through the Shadowdark at night with huge crowds of people and not attract the creatures of the Shadowdark. No matter
Having
what.
options is a privilege we just don't have.
No matter what. Lives are in our hands. And the cost of one life outweighs the other options.
I thought this was a signature sort of issue that there's both in lore and just even in this situation, there's no good guys in the Seven Empires.
No,
Is
not at all.
yeah.
What
Have y'all
is your
played-
god say?
Have you all played in any of your ethics classes or anything that game? Not a game, that situation where you're on a train and you,
The trolley
Like,
problem.
the
Yeah, it's
trolley
like-
problem.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. This
Just
reminds
it
me
is
very
a
much
trolley
of it.
problem. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
you're on a
we
trolley.
push the track to where the trolley runs over one baby every 7 years, or we give
We gotta get off the trolley.
corpses. Yeah, or we give the corpses of our
definitely a
friends and
trolley
loved
problem.
ones,
Yeah.
which then are raised to go then kill more people, and it's like they could kill like one raised corpse could then kill 10 people, and then that's like a compounding thing. If we give them 20 corpses and each corpse can kill 10 people,
10 people.
that's
Yeah.
a ton of people that the
It comes
corpses
down
could
to
kill.
This is
the least. Yeah, the
Anthony
path
was
of least.
accurate in what he said that this is a mafia extortion type deal, but with Fey rules where they're like, the mafia always obviously they can do savage shit, but they usually will address
Uphold their end of the
start the
deal,
deal
usually.
by addressing their end of the deal, but they start getting violent when you don't hold up your end of the deal, that sort of thing.
What does your
Exactly.
god say, Anton?
I haven't asked.
Think of the children we pick. It might behoove us to pick someone who's already perhaps on the verge of death, of the infirm or something like that, Mulia says.
That's not the only issue, though, Mulia. They become a hag. They become another entity for this
Yeah, they become a
hideous three-headed monster to control.
It probably doesn't make it better, but they don't turn into hags. They turn into those matron warriors, those like the daughters of the three mother, where they're like the
Yeah.
those like feline like fey women with those like bone ridges and feline eyes and shit.
Yeah, they
That
become
doesn't
She's
necessarily
gonna
make it
potentially
better.
also lose some people.
Yeah.
Which is
Wilbur,
good
I
for
think
us.
Wilbur, I think sneaks
Um,
into the room you guys are talking in. He's like, you you can feed the potion to me and stuff.
No, Wilbur.
But if I,
Unfortunately, we can't. I know, I know. You want to be the big great hero and sacrifice yourself. But your courage is needed elsewhere. We need to look towards your future.
And they want female children.
Also, they want girls.
yeah,
We might be able to convince them differently.
Yeah, Granny Moggie said she'll take like any humanoid infant, or child, preferably an infant. Like the younger the better is what she would have said. But like the she'll take any humanoid child if need be, but she prefers like female humanoids. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And she wants a
promise to
baby.
you, Calvin,
So he's too old.
look at me in the eyes and listen and hear me when I say to you that I promise to you that I will march on these hags myself once we sort this issue out. And I will give my life trying to get us out of this situation.
I will be right behind you, Brother Anton.
You're too eager to give your life. But I understand.
I
It's
also
the least
promise
that I
that
can do.
I also promise that whoever we give as tribute this first time, we will honor them in the city. The city will never forget their name. They will
Yes.
not live, their memory will not live on as that of a war maiden. Their memory will live on as a tribute made in sacrifice for the good of all.
Also, I just want to say, just to make sure you're still good, Caleb. This is a very realistic reaction for Calvin to have. So I'm not at all like, this is exactly the type of like this, like they were saying, this is a trolley problem where it's not going to feel
Oh
good.
yeah.
But this is a Seven Empires dilemma, for
Mhm.
sure.
Well, right now, Colin just feels like we haven't explored option C like at all. Um, like we've just got here, we're being posited this dilemma, and there's a library full of lore that he really wants to go and look at. So that's his sorry, his mentality right now.
Hmm.
He wants to go look, and right now it feels like we're having to deliver an answer right now.
I think
So
that's a great suggestion, Colin. I think we all should go look with you, but we'll give it a timeline. We know what the group has felt would be the path of least resistance, but we
mhm.
but until the time comes, we'll give ourselves a certain time frame before we make the deal with the hags. But until that time, let's go find out as much as we can to see if we can. There's a circuitous way around it.
Um, yeah, I mean, this place would have like lore on stuff.
I mean, because it's kind of late
Yeah,
now.
that's why I was
I
just
was
gonna
gonna
skim.
say.
I was just
Yeah,
gonna
Yeah,
skim
I'm gonna
past.
have to
Like
get off.
You
I
could
well, I
figured
even
meant
just write up stuff that like he finds or something. Even
I was just
opposed
gonna
to
give
just
it like a quick skim that like it was just like there's like rituals that people have done on occasion that they usually take a long time to summon a like powerful like celestial, if that's what you're talking about. But I'm just trying to speed run because obviously I want to try to, if we can, finish this like next session with whatever you guys decide, who you decide you're gonna fight and stuff. or if you make the decision to ally with either one of them at all.
How far away is that world-ending bomb in the bag?
That's
yeah,
technically
no,
just with one of the characters.
it's either try to do a ritual that will for sure take more than a couple days to try to summon a powerful celestial, or find a settlement that takes over at minimum a month and a half to get to it while traveling through the Shadowdark.
Well, there's settlements that are nearby, but it's just like you're moving to that settlement, and then the dragon's gonna go to that.
Yeah, it's like there's no
settlement.
settlements nearby that have an army's worth to fight a dragon. Not in enough time for you to get there, partition the army, and then get back.
Yeah.
So you do skim the lore, but I'm just saying that, like, just so I don't spend 30 minutes. And stuff like that.
I would say Brother Anton would be open to trying to summon an angel or something to help us instead, if that's an alternative. I don't know.
We're on holy ground. Are we not?
We could at least.
I have an
Calvin's
idea.
point, we could at least try.
I have an idea that would be a cool thing. It'd also be a cool send-off for my own character, where he gives his own life to summon an angel that helps or something. But I don't know if that would be like a.
Yeah, that's why I know you guys have to get off. So that's why I'm trying to like speed run the shit. It's like that's like something that a level 10 priest has access to for a spell and stuff.
Level 6, so
I'm just being realistic in terms of like like when I say rituals, these are things that like legendary priests have done.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We can talk about it over the week.
Yeah, well, you'll make the decision at the start of next session and stuff, and they'll decide who or like
Let's go
which
throw it in the RP channel. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing this, Jonathan. This was really.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I know. That's why I was super fucking excited for the session and stuff. I'm glad you guys enjoyed, and
I understand why you were so stressed, but you didn't have to.
Yeah, this is really good. Yeah.
Everybody listening / watching, I hope you enjoyed. Like, comment, and subscribe, and we will see. Probably next session being the finale of Beast of Burden, what the party decides and what the caravan is going to do from moving forward and everything. Peace out.